it's important we get safety briefs on the way to go in course of the event. Safety manager, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel. My name is Saleh Mohammed. I'm the hotel safety manager. For your safety and security, it is important we tell you the protocols as regards the use of this hall, so that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. However, before I go further, if there's a need for you to use the convenience, it is very easy to locate. If you just go out through this main entrance door, turn to the left, you see a fire extinguisher hanged on the wall. When you look to the right-hand side, you see the entrance to the convenience. Then from there, there's a door to the left-hand side, which is for the female, while the other door to the right-hand side is for the male convenience. Please, you are advised to always look before you enter, so that you don't find yourself in a wrong destination. Aside that, we have not scheduled today for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell that lasts from 5 to 10 seconds or beyond that suggests that something is wrong somewhere or is a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please do not panic, be calm, because we have emergency response team members on ground to do the needful should something go contrary to our expectation. Then, if evacuation becomes necessary, we have two assembly points. One, if you go out through the same main entrance door, just walk straight to the main entrance to the Ladikwali Hall. You will see 3 exit doors there. Just gently go out through any of the exit doors. As soon as you go out, turn to the left, you see the muster point where you are expected to assemble based on your group, as others are also having their event within the Ladikwali Hall. If assembling there will not be possible for whatsoever reason, you are advised to go to our alternative assembly point, and you can get there by going out through any of the 2 exit doors to my right-hand side. As soon as you go out, turn to the left, you will start seeing directional signages that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then, on the security aspect, this is a public place, though it's a controlled environment. It is therefore important that our personal valuable belongings, more especially your mobile phones, your bags will not be left unattended. Should you have a cause to leave where you are seated, maybe going to the convenience, tea break, lunch, or whatsoever your reason may be, so that we will not have a cause to complain of either loss, damage, or misplacement of any item. Just like other organizations, Abuja Continental Hotel will not be liable for that. So please be guided. We pray there will be no medical issues, but should there be any concern, we have certified first aiders on ground to do the needful. And whatsoever beyond first aid, we have a clinic on site that will be referred to for treatment. And anything beyond our clinic's capability will be referred to a hospital just a 5-minute drive away from the hotel for better treatment. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Please, let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. The safety tips are very, very important. While we're waiting for some of our VIPs to come in, they're already in the deal holding room. We'll just take a few entertainments and then we'll proceed formally. Let me invite on stage a songwriter, singer, guitarist, Yeni, to entertain us. Please, warm round of applause for our artist. Please, can we celebrate her? The weather is, we're here for a beautiful program. We're here to co-create, talk about the environment. I think it's necessary that we are in high spirits. Are we in high spirits? Yes, as co-partners, we should be in high spirits today. Yeni, you have the floor, please.
ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Do you see the clear skies? Do you see the clear skies? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Do you see the clear skies? Do you see the clear skies? So in the morning when the day is done and everybody's asking you what is happening, you just close your eyes and make a dream. Oh, just come true. It's so easy. Oh, oh, oh. Do you see the clear skies? Oh, oh, oh. Do you see the clear skies? Yeah, 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 yeah. Do you see the clear skies? Oh, the clear sky. Oh, the clear skies. I'll keep on moving on. I'll keep on moving on and on and on. Keep on moving on and on and on. I'll keep on moving on and on and on. we go. There's no limitation to how far we can go. There's no limitation to how far we can go. Watch as we go, watch as we go, watch as we grow. Watch as we go, watch as we grow, watch as we go. There's no limitation to how far you can grow. There's no limitation to how far you can go.
Thank you so much. Please, a warm round of applause for Yeni. Please, let's celebrate her. Mr. Chairman, environmental thought leaders, policy makers, innovators, members of the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, our distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the Nigerian Environmental Summit holding here in the nation's capital, Abuja. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning with showers of blessings. We're happy to announce that the event chairman is right here seated. May I most humbly and respectfully recognize our chair, Dr. Mutiu Simonu, Commander of the Niger, a key stakeholder in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. He is a sustainability expert and one of the advisors to the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, he is ably represented, I would say, by one of his sons in the industry. Let's recognize Mr. Osage Ogumbo, the immediate past managing director and country chair of Shell Nigeria. Please, let's celebrate. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. I also want to recognize in our midst Ms. Maureen Idochi, founder and executive director, Seconds for Good Charity Initiative. Ma'am, you're welcome. Please, let's celebrate her. Also here with us, I made to understand that the Commissioner for Environment of your state is here. It is my honor as I recognize Engineer Ademola Aderonto, Commissioner Environment for Oyo State. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Let me also recognize here with us Mrs. Omotunde Adetola, Director, Pollution Control and Environmental Health. The speaker for the first session is also here. I humbly recognize Dr. Murtala Mohammed, Founder, CEO, System Synergy Policy Lab. Dr. Murtala, please. Thank you so much. In that vein, I will recognize members of the first session that will take the first session. We will take members of the panel that will handle the first session. Dr. Eugene Itwa, if he's here, please let's celebrate him. Mr. Ibrahim Abdullahi Shelang, if he's here, celebrate him. Engineer Dr. Mrs. Bahajitu Abubakar. Let's celebrate her, please. Mr. Raf Nam, Steering Chair for Sustainable Education Policy, Achieving Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, former director of NESRA. You're welcome, sir. Professor Oladipo Emmanuel Olukayode is also here with us. Please, let's recognize him. Let me recognize Dr. Moya Ngon, Cluster Lead Disease Prevention and Control for the World Health Organization, Nigeria. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. We will continue to recognize all our guests seated here as the names get to us. But at this point, I want to invite the moderator for the first panel session. I want to invite to please step forward Stella Ijoma Ona, who will be moderating this session to take the lead. This session we'll be talking about fixing the system, strengthening environmental governance, enforcement, and public trust for Nigeria's economy prosperity. Like as I said, this is a gathering of environmental responsibilities and economic opportunities. How do we harness the economic opportunities in the environment? Please join me as I welcome Stella Ijoma Ona to take the first session. Thank you. Please celebrate her.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I ask that all our invited guests, please let's move forward towards the seats so that we can fill up the vacant seats. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Please let's move forward a little, yeah, so that we can fill up the vacant seats. Thank you all, and permit me to stand. We always stand on the existing protocols. Before the panelists, I would like to invite to the stage the first speaker. He's Dr. Murtala Mohammed. He will be speaking to us on environmental governance and accountability, fixing the system, strengthening environmental governance, enforcement, and public trust for Nigeria's economic prosperity. So, Dr. Murtala, if you are ready, you can come and take up the stage and do your presentation. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, thank you very much. Please take the stage.
Sorry, we're trying to fix the slides. It will come up shortly. Immediately after the presentation by Dr. Murtala, we'll take the welcome notes by the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, Chemist Rita Michael Ojo, will give us the welcome note after that speech. Thereafter, we will take the formal opening by the chair of the summit, and the panelists will go into business as planned. Thank you so much. ICT, are we good to go? It will interest you to note that the theme for this maiden edition is unlocking Nigeria's green economy. The young man by my right-hand side is a sign language expert, so he will be interpreting to those of us that need such interpretation. We want to carry those of us that have disabilities along. Like I was saying, the theme for this conference is unlocking Nigeria's green economy, driving climate action and sustainable environmental governance. Distinguished Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now hand over the microphone to our speaker, Dr. Murtala Mohammed. Please, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. He has established a protocol already, and I think let's go with the Nigerian way of maintaining the existing protocol. Once again, it's a great privilege for me to be here today to share one or two insights on how we can strengthen environmental governance in Nigeria at the inaugural summit of the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group. I commend the technical advisory team for putting this event together. A little short background about me for just a few minutes. Maybe it might be helpful because of how I share my insight. The photo here, it's me in white, 2016 in Zamfara State, where I visited some community to understand the drivers of conflict on natural resources. And this is one of a displaced community then, but as of then, the crisis was not as much as what we're experiencing today in Nigeria. I had my first degree in biological science, my master's ecology and environmental sustainability from University of Aberdeen in Scotland as a Chevening scholar. Second master's by University, Kano Development Studies, and PhD at University of Port Harcourt on climate change, natural resources management, livelihood, with focus in Katsina State. Spent about 6 years working on my PhD. Then career-wise, I started as a classroom teacher, then moved to DFID, the current FCDO as education advisor, Northern Nigeria. Then from there, I moved to UNICEF, where I serve as education specialist in Katsina, Southwest Nigeria, Akure. I worked closely with the governors in Southwest for about 5.5 years. Then I moved to Abuja with the UN. Then I resigned about 3.5 years back to set up System Strategy and Policy Lab. It's a governance think tank that addresses complex governance and development challenges. Work closely with about 20 governors and 7 ministers so far. So this little background is a bit important to some extent because I'll be sharing inside more than reading the slides. And I have keen interest on the Nigerian climate crisis, environmental governance, and where we are today. So the issue, it's not around whether we have a policies, whether we have a strategies, whether we have documents. No. The issue at stake, it's how do we move from environmental policy on paper to environmental outcome on the ground? We have African Agenda 2063. We have Nigerian Agenda 2050. We have Nigerian National Development Plan 2021-2025. They are reviewing it now and developing a new short-term plan for the country. We have so many plans, so many strategies, so many documents. But how can we translate it into lifting Nigerians out of poverty? And I said it. The crisis we're having in Nigeria, it's more of a natural resources conflict than either tribal or religion or bandits or whatever. It depends on how you look at it. But it's more related to the natural resources crisis, natural resources conflict. And that is what we're experiencing. And the crisis and the insecurity we're seeing in Nigeria today is a byproduct of poverty and a young population, where over 60% of our population are below the age of 35. You have close to about 150 to 160 million people that are below the age of 35. And we are yet to have a very strong and robust plan for them. That is where we are. So the challenge is not absence of policies and programs, but the challenge is about implementation, enforcement, coordination, and accountability. Who does the enforcement? Who does the coordination? Who ensure everybody is doing what it's supposed to do? At state level, at local government level, and also at federal level. So if we want to move from where we are and where we want to be, we must ensure that we have people on ground enforcing the laws and delivering the reforms and results based on the policy that we have. So environmental governance formula is simple. We have a policy plus a very strong and robust institutions. Then we have the financing. Then we have the enforcement. Then we have the accountability. Then it will give us environmental outcomes. You can call it climate governance, environmental governance. The bottom line is the outcome and the impact. How does it address crisis? How does it lift people out of poverty? How many young people and women are being supported to move out of poverty pits and be able to be on their own and address the challenges we're experiencing? Next slide. So, Nigeria loses billions annually due to some of the environmental related issues. If you see the size of Lake Chad, the forest that is gradually going down. When I was doing a study for my master's in Kano, I looked at our local government that share border with Katsina. And I realized that in other parts of the world, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and others, women are the one go to the farm to fetch firewood as a source of energy. But my study find out in Nigeria, because of the Islamic background of the northern women, they are not allowed to go to farm. Men and children are the one going to farm to fetch firewood. And that affects the time spent on going to school. Instead of going to school, they now go to the farm to fetch firewood. And I discover an energy ladder that Nigerians are using based on the poverty level. I'm taking a vision of deforestation and desertification. I'm going to link it with energy ladder. Your income determines your position in the energy ladder. The people at the top of the energy ladder are using gas to cook. Some of the big men we have here are the ones using gas to cook in their house. Then after gas, we now look at those that use electricity, maybe to manage their cooker with the electricity as a source of energy. Then we come down to those using kerosene. I don't know whether kerosene still even exists now. We have eliminated kerosene in the energy ladder. Then we come down on the energy ladder, we have people now using charcoal. That is where the deforestation and desertification come in. In the ladder, after those that are using charcoal, we now have those that are using firewood, the fuel wood, which is also very expensive now. That is deforestation. After the firewood, we have now those in the ladder using some sticks. They collect some stick from corn, millet, maize. They take it to their house to use it to cook. Then, at the bottom of the ladder are those that are using the cow dung. And between Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, Zamfara, Aziz, where the Fulani settled during dry season, and at times they migrate to southern part of the country they settle during rainy season. And under the transhuman corridor in Nigeria, they move to southern part of the country during dry season. So where they settle down, the family will go and collect the cow dung. When they collect it, they use it as firewood, as a fuel wood to cook. So adaptation strategy and the poverty level of household in Nigeria is being determined by your position in the Nigerian energy ladder, which invariably affects our desertification and deforestation. And I asked a simple question to the household. The number of minutes you spend in fetching firewood, is it increasing or decreasing? And they said the number of minutes is increasing because you have to go far before you get firewood. And that is the effect of desertification and deforestation. And we have seen flooding that is happening. There was one of the study of Heritage Ball Foundation. Heritage Ball Foundation is a German foundation based in Lagos, but they have recently moved to Abuja. One of their studies that's Lagos underwater. They said in the next couple of years to come, the entire Lagos will be in water. Hello? Hello? As the water, as the ice melt is increasing because of the impact of climate change, the water volume at the Atlantic Ocean would naturally increase. I don't know what's going to happen. Those in Banana Island, those in Lekki, those in VI, maybe the water will take over those areas. As the water is sending the Lagos people away, the desertification is sending the Katsina, Sokoto, Zamfara, 11 desert-prone states away. So only we, from the North Central, will be able to host the entire nation. Hello? The North Central are the Niger, Nasarawa, Kogi, Benue, Plateau, and Abuja. Do we have the carrying capacity to absorb the shocks that will be coming from the people that the flooding is sending them away from the south, and the people that the desert and deforestation is sending them from the northern part of Nigeria? You know, we find ourselves in a situation whereby we are fantastic in proactiveness. No, in reactive moment, not being proactive. If something happens, we form a committee. There's a flood in Lokoja, form a committee. Flood in Borno, form a committee for fundraising. The governor will gather some 500 billions and nothing will happen again. So we must be able to measure our capacity in terms of readiness. Then the gully erosion in southeast Nigeria. Then the illegal mining. Illegal mining. That is where we're having a big issue in the country at the moment. Then the pollution that is happening everywhere because of the Okada that we use and the kind of vehicle. The weak environmental compliance. Next slides. So, what is environmental governance? I've given a background. Challenging Nigeria is facing. In fact, no part of Nigeria is free from environmental challenges. The southeast has gully erosion. The south have flood. The Lagos and part of southwest have a lot of security issues and deforestation. And I said something that in Nigeria we are yet to discover the 3 or 4 C's I normally talk about. The conflict, the corridor, the community, and the catalyst. The conflict, the corridor, the community, and the catalyst. All the crises we're having related to environment in Nigeria, we are yet to identify. Whenever there's a crisis related to natural resources, who smile to the bank? Whenever there's a farmer-Fulani conflict, who smile to the bank? These are the catalysts. Then, the corridor. We are yet to map the entire forest corridor in Nigeria where the herdsmen follow from the southern part of the country to the northern part of the country. We must be able to identify the corridor, the communities in the corridor, and also we'll be able to now finalize and see which community is being affected by the impact of lack of environmental governance. So it's a system whereby we have the institutions, the policies, law, actors, and accountability mechanism through which environmental decisions are made. implemented, monitored, and enforced. That is environmental governance. The key variables there are the systems. We must put a... Hello? Can I have one room? Okay. So we must have a system in place that either Dora Akunyele was there as a DG of NAFDAC, or Jega was there as head of INEC, but we have a system that we don't need to remember Dora or Jega in INEC. It's a system that, irrespective of who is there, it just, you hit the ground running and everything is working. So on the environmental governance, we have so many disjointed, I'm very sorry to say, and uncoordinated MDS and agencies working on environment. How often do they come and have a monthly coordination meetings? Even at state level, at subnational level, how often do they come and have monthly coordination meetings to check who is doing what? The commissioners of environment that are here, how often do you have a monthly coordination or quarterly coordination meeting with the Ministry of Environment in Abuja? For everybody to share lessons learned, good practices, challenges, and way forward, promising practices in addressing environmental governance challenge in Nigeria. We are more of working in silos. Everybody is doing his own thing. Everybody protecting his own territory. We must, if we are really serious, need to come together and work through a robust system of coordination where we share lessons learned, challenges, and address next steps. So, who are the key players under environmental governance? The government need to drive it, then the private sector, the communities are very important because they know where the challenges are in their communities. And I mentioned something that I want us to take note. The C's I mentioned, about 4 C's that I mentioned. The corridor, that is the forest corridors that we have in Nigeria. The communities that are involved in those corridors, in the forest corridor. Then, the third C is the crisis that happened. What is the nature of the crisis? And the 4C is the catalyst. Who drive the crisis? Who benefit from this crisis? These are the 4 C's that we need to work on. If you see the map of Nigeria very well, do you know that Borno State alone share border with has 3 international borders? Borno State share border with Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. And the border they share is just, in paper, there's a border. But no, physically, there's no border. There's no border. If you know Sokoto very well, go to Sokoto and go to Ilela. The border between Sokoto and Niger, in paper, in map, there's a border. But people are moving freely, marrying freely. Nobody is stopping anybody. People are entering freely. So, nobody cares. Nobody check anybody. Nobody check your card. Nobody know who you are. We marry, they marry, we flow, we go in. You move to Ilela, you are selling granite. The next day you marry somebody in Sokoto, and you are just there. So in paper, we have borders. Nigerians have borders with the international community. But practically, in fact, the only border that I've seen that looks like a real border is the semi-border. Because of the economic corridor between Lagos and Cotonou. But any other border in northern Nigeria, in paper, it's border. But when you go there physically, go to Magama in Katsina, that share border with Niger. It's only when you want to go into Niger that their police will be asking you questions. But if you are coming to Nigeria, it's free. You just move in. So these are the corridor I'm talking about. And with the border, then in the forest corridor, the Kuyambana forest that move from Sokoto, Zamfara, Azix, come down to Bunungwari forest in Kaduna. As I'm mentioning these forest names, please try to link it with the crisis and conflict that's happening in Nigeria. The Kuyambana forest in Zamfara, Sokoto, Aziz, moved down to Kaduna Birnungwari forest. From Birnungwari forest, it moved down to part of Niger forest. And Niger have the highest landmarks in the country. From Niger, it's moved to part of Oyo, Oshun. And whenever there's a pressure on the bandits, on the corridor from northern Nigeria, they move down to Kaduna, move down to Niger, they move down to Oyo, they move down to Oshun. And when the pressure subsidies here, they relocate back. So we must be able to trace these corridors and see what is happening in related to environmental governance and the crisis we're having. That's where I mentioned the communities. Development partners can come in with their technical and financial support. But as a country, we don't need to rely so much on development partners. The money they are bringing to the country is not up to 2% of our GDP. So we need to wake up as a country and do what we're supposed to do. I made a presentation a couple of days ago where I said the recommendation is Nigeria must spend 4 to 6% of our GDP in the education sector. But at the moment, we are spending only 1.2% of our GDP. So we need to make a findings and see how much do we need to spend out of our GDP in protecting our environment. Then the civil society and the citizen. Next slide. So, we have a failure of the governance and the failure of the environmental aspect itself. This is what I look at it under two aspects, the problems and why it led to. As a government, if you are spending 1 naira, you need to know the value you are getting from that 1 naira. What will be the outcome? What will change? What if we did not spend that money? So, illegal mining, the failure is because of weak enforcement. Deforestation is because we have a poor forest governance. I'm yet to see a state in Nigeria with a robust forest governance. Where they even know the magnitude and the size of the crisis happening in their forest. I've done some work on Planabe. Planabe means Plateau, Nasarawa, and Benue. I'm trying to study the corridor moving from the Plateau. I'm from Nasarawa State, so we share border with Plateau through Wamba. The forest of what is happening between Plateau down to Nasarawa and down to Benue. And monitor the sequence of crisis and conflict and events related to natural resources crisis in these 3 states. I'm still on it. So flooding, what happened to flooding? Weak planning control and weak enforcement also. Waste pollution, poor compliance system. Then land degradation, weak regulation. Then open grazing conflict, weak resource governance. The Brazilian government, Netherlands government spent millions of dollars during Buhari administration. In fact, it started during Jonathan. The Agricultural Transformation Plan. Maybe some of you are aware from Ministry of Agric. Jonathan put the plan in place. Buhari came on board. Then they come up with the 7 pilot states on the Ruga project. Where are we on Ruga project? Where are we? Do you have any state with Ruga, like well-established Ruga in their state? So look at the noise we made a couple of years back about Ruga. We nearly even set the whole country on fire. Because we are this kind of people that hardly study the darkness before we put on the light. And I always recommend that before you put on light anywhere, study the darkness. You might enter a room. The room is very dark and there's a noise in the room. Don't just on the light. Listen to the kind of noise in that room before you on the light. There are some noise that you decide to go out first and come back. Not on the light at that moment. So what I mean is about feasibility studies. We put in so many millions on Ruga project and I have no idea where we are at the moment. Next slides. So I try to link a next slide. Okay, yeah, fine here. I try to link climate governance with environmental governance and I look at the risks that Nigeria is facing. Desertification. What do we need to respond as a country under desertification? Climate adaptation plans. For we to respond effectively under desertification, then we need a climate adaptation plans. We have the plans. We have the Nigerian Climate Change Plan. We have the Nigerian Climate Change Council with their plan. Ministry of Environment have a director of climate change. It's beyond plan. We need to begin to ask a question. How can we convert the plan to results that is verifiable and measurable? Then drought, we need early warning system in place. Rwanda are already using drone to pick some of these early warning systems in terms of crises that have to do with environment. And there's a drone that Rwanda used now to use the roofing of household to map out poverty among some certain community. As the drone is going up, it's gradually mapping out households that have lower income. So we need to go with technology on early warning. Last year, there was a report that about 100 and something community, 1,000 something communities will be affected by flood. Then food insecurity, nature-based solution. Then resource conflict, community resilience program. EU are already supporting Katsina on the community resilience program, but we need to be more proactive than reactive. We should not wait until there is a crisis in Benue State before we go and form one project called Durable Solutions. We don't need to wait until there's a crisis in Yobe and Borno before we go and form Durable Solutions. We should be able to think and have a projection. Use sciences for simulation. Okay, next slide. So, environmental governance gap. Nigeria has policies, law, institution, committees, and frameworks. But what we lack is enforcement, monitoring, compliance, data, accountability, and result tracking system. If there is anything that we are taking away from this room, is the gap. And we go back home and think of how can we address the gap. At state level, at ministry level, and at local government level, how can we ensure there's enforcement? How can we ensure there's monitoring? And how can we ensure compliance? And how can we ensure data are disaggregated by community? And how can we ensure accountability? And how can we ensure a result tracking system? Using either Kobo tool or any technology to track your result. Next slide. They said I have a few minutes to go. So what get measured? Next slide. What get measured are what we can be able to deliver. And it will be around the forest we're able to restore, the hectares of land we're able to rehabilitate it. So as if I'm a governor of a state and have a commissioner of environment, and I will measure the performance of the commissioner of environment based on some of these KPIs. The number of trees you plant to restore the forest, the hectares you are able to rehabilitate, illegal mining site, waste recycle, carbon emission reduced, flood-prone communities protected, compliance rate of industries. The big industries we have in Lagos, how are they complying? So these are some of the KPIs that we can measure environmental governance at state level and also at national level. Next slide, because of time. So, this is the takeaway here. This is the first inaugural summit of Nigerian Environmental Summit. Our plan is by next year or the year after, we should be able to rank Nigerian state into the following category. We are going to use these 6 KPIs to assess state level of readiness on environmental governance. Any state that scores 80 to 100, that state is advanced. And any state that scores 60 to 79 is a performing state. And a state that scores 40 to 59 is emerging state. And a state with score below 40 is a state at risk. And we have some benchmarking scoring here. Policy framework 20%, institutional capacity 20%, environmental financing 15%, compliance and enforcement 20%, community participation 10%, monitoring and data system, that is what we call system strengthening, 15%. So this is the kind of ranking that we want to begin to see to a kind of a peer review mechanism system that will trigger governors. And we have a plan to take this to Nigerian Governors Forum. We have a plan to take this to Nigerian Economic Council, chaired by the Vice President. And at the Nigerian Governors Forum, we will show the 36 that every governor will see the position of its own state. And that will push the governors to go back and meet their commissioners of environment and say, hey, guy, my state is at risk. We score below 40. What is the problem? The commissioner will say the PAMSEC is not cooperating. The director of finance is not releasing money. Governor will say, did you raise the issue with me? Did you complain that your PAMSEC is not cooperating? Did you complain that the accountant general is not giving you money? So you are fired. Because you make my state to score below 40. So any state that wants to be between 80 to 100, you must be able to have a policy framework, institutional capacity, environmental financing, climate and compliance, and community participation. Next slide. I'm rounding up, please. So 5 major reforms that we need as a country. 1, strengthen environmental compliance and enforcement. That is the strong recommendation at any level that we are. Number 2, create environmental delivery units. My company, System Strategy and Policy Lab, as a consulting firm, we are available to support you to establish environmental delivery units in your office, if you are willing to do that. Because the environmental delivery unit in your office will track and monitor and measure what is happening with all the KPIs that you have as a Ministry of Environment. Then institutionalize environmental performance scorecard. Even within your state, you can rank your local government. You have 44 local government in Kano. You can rank them, have their scorecard. When World Bank visits you, you can be able to say, we have 15 local government that are prone to conflict. We have 15 local government that mining is taking place, illegal mining or legal mining, but it's affecting the environment. And we have 3 local government that women are the one driving everything related to environment. So you should be able to do that. Then strengthen data monitoring and accountability system and link environmental financing with results. Next slide. A call to action. Strong institution is very important. We so much rely on strong individuals. When Dora left NAVDAC, we realized what happened. When Jega left INEC, we've seen what happened. So it's high time we begin to build strong institutions than strong individuals. Then effective enforcement. Put some laws, put some local guards, forest guard, environmental guards, with uniform and vehicle and allowances to ensure enforcement. Adequate financing. Improve your budget. No matter how beautiful your plan and strategies are, without financing, it's like work done all over zero. So we need to improve our financing. Then reliable data, very important. You can't deliver anything without data. Accountability, you should be able to publish your report annually. Is there any state that publish environmental performance report? Environmental performance report of that state, how you perform the environment in the state. You need to begin to do that. Then citizen participation, engage your citizen. Next slide, which is the last one. The final message. The future of environmental sustainability in Nigeria will depend not on the policies we write, but on the system we build. The institution we strengthen, and the result we delivered. 3 things are important here. Let me say it again. The future of Nigeria will depend on 3 things. The system we build, number 1. The institution we strengthen, number 2. The result we delivered, number 3. Next slide. Thank you so much for your time and attention. So, sorry for taking some of it.
Thank you so much. Please, warm round of applause for Dr. Murtala Mohammed. Warm round of applause. Thank you so much. You have keenly listened to Dr. Murtala. A lot of issues have been raised around environmental governance, the issue of indexing, and quite a number of things has been raised. So the panelists will do justice to what has been raised. Thank you for that beautiful and resounding presentation. Once again, please, warm round of applause for Dr. Murtala Mohammed. While we go into the session, let me recognize some personalities in our midst. I want to warmly recognize, in no particular order, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Edo State, Honorable Nusa Adams, Esquire. Honorable Commissioner, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome. Let me also welcome in our midst Princess Dr. Margaret Elayo, Honorable Commissioner of Environment, Nasarawa State. I also want to recognize the representative of the Registrar of the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, Mohammed Aminu Mohammed. If you're here, welcome, sir. Representative of the Director General NEMA, Fred Anusumi, Deputy Director of Planning, Research and Forecasting. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, also here in our midst is Mariam Mohammed, Head of Business Enablement of the Alternative Bank. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. I want to humbly let me recognize in our midst from the presidency, the senior special assistant to the president on public health and focal person on nutrition, Mrs. Uju Rochas Anwuka. Please welcome, welcome. Warm round of applause. Thank you so much. As we continue, as we get the list, we'll continue to recognize our distinguished personalities that are present here. Relax and enjoy yourself as we let me invite the ES. Let me invite the Executive Director, Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, Mrs. Rita Michael Ojo, to please step forward and give the welcome note. Please, one round of applause. Immediately after that, we will take the chair of the event to formally declare this summit open. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Environment, representatives of Honorable Ministers of Blue Economy, Agriculture, Health, Power, and Water Resources, representatives of government, development partners, the chairman of the occasion, the CEO of Lafarge Africa, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is with great honor and profound gratitude that I welcome you to the Nigerian Environmental Summit, NESt 2026. On behalf of the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, NESOG, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Environment, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, and our numerous partners, I am delighted to welcome you to what has become Nigeria's foremost platform for environmental sustainability dialogue, partnership, and action, This year's theme, Unlocking Nigeria's Green Economy, Driving Climate Action, and Strengthening Environmental Governance, comes at a defining moment in our nation's history. Nigeria is blessed with enormous environmental and natural capital. Yet we are confronted by increasing climate risk, flooding, desertification, biodiversity loss, pollution, and growing pressures on livelihoods and public health. These challenges demand more than conversations. They require collective leadership, innovative solutions, strategic investments, and sustained action. At NESt 2026, we gather under one shared vision, one platform, one conversation, one future. We are here because we recognize that no single institution, sector, or individual can solve these challenges alone. Government must lead. The private sector must invest. Development partners must collaborate. Communities must participate. And together we must build a greener, healthier, more resilient Nigeria. Over the next 2 days, this summit will explore practical ways for accelerating climate action, strengthening environmental governance, mobilizing sustainable finance, promoting climate-resilient health systems, advancing a just energy transition, and unlocking opportunities within Nigeria's green economy. More importantly, NESt 2026 is designed to move us from dialogue to delivery, from commitments to measurable outcomes. We are particularly proud to bring together policymakers, investors, international organizations, academia, civil society, youth innovators, environmental professionals, and community leaders from across Nigeria and beyond, creating an unprecedented opportunity for collaboration and impact. As we commence this historic gathering, I encourage us all to engage openly, think boldly, build partnerships intentionally, and commit ourselves to solutions that will benefit both present and future generations. The decisions we make here, the partnerships we forge, and the actions we initiate will contribute significantly to shaping Nigeria's environmental future and unlocking the immense opportunities of a green and inclusive economy. Thank you for honoring our invitation and for your commitment to sustainable development. Once again, welcome to NESt 2026. May our deliberations be fruitful, our partnerships enduring, and our collective impact transformational. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, please, warm round of applause. Thank you so much. This is one platform, one conversation all around the table. So if I say one platform, I want to hear your echo, one conversation. One platform, one platform. Yes, we want to have all the conversations on one platform so that we'll be able to harness all that needs to be done with regards to environmental health, sustainability, and governance, as well as economy. Thank you so much. At this point, let me most humbly and respectfully invite the chair of this summit, the very Dr. Mutiu Sumono, who is ably represented by Dr. Osage Ogumbo, the immediate past country chair of Shell Nigeria, to give his remarks and formally declare this summit open. You're welcome, sir.
The Honorable Minister for Environment, whom I understand is will be represented by the Permanent Secretary, Commissioners for Environment for Edo, Nasarawa, and Oyo, Madam SSA to the President, development partners, captains of industry, leaders from government and civil society, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am delivering this address on behalf of Dr. Mutiu Sumono, as you've heard, CON, who was my immediate predecessor in Shell. It is both a privilege and a honor to welcome you to the Nigeria Environmental Summit 2026, a timely and strategic gathering of leaders committed to shaping a more prosperous, resilient, and sustainable Nigeria. I commend the Nigeria Environmental Summit Group, NESUG, Nigeria's foremost environmental sustainability consortium, and specifically acknowledge, certainly from my own personal experience, the visionary leadership of the Honorable Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, whose commitment continues to strengthen Nigeria's environmental agenda. I also recognize the steadfast support of the Executive Secretary of the NESUG, Rita Michael Ojo, a chemist, Environmental Health Council of Nigeria, Nigeria Environmental Society, Lafarge Africa, the World Health Organization, and our other ministries, agencies, and partners for bringing together such an impressive coalition of policymakers, investors, professionals, youth leaders, and institutions under one platform. The theme of this year's summit, Unlocking Nigeria's Green Economy, Driving Climate Action and Strengthening Environmental Governance, speaks directly to the realities and opportunities before us. Our country, Nigeria, stands at a defining crossroad. We face pressing environmental challenges: flooding, waste management, pollution, as we heard Dr. Murtala Mohammed speak to very eloquently earlier, deforestation, energy poverty, and climate-related health risks. Yet within these challenges lie enormous opportunities. Opportunities for innovation, enterprise, jobs, investments, and national renewal. The future belongs to nations that can successfully align economic growth with environmental responsibility. Our country has a talent. Our country has the resources. Our country has the market. What we need now is stronger execution, smarter partnerships, and courageous leadership. This summit is therefore more than just an event. It is a platform for solutions. Over the next 2 days, we must focus on practical outcomes. 1, stronger environmental governance and accountability, as we heard earlier. Accelerated clean energy access and just transition pathways. Climate smart infrastructure and resilient communities. Sustainable finance and green investments. Nature positive agriculture and ecosystem restoration. And youth innovation and enterprise through Eco Champions initiatives. We must also recognize that government alone cannot do this. The private sector, academia, development institutions, and communities all have vital roles to play. As someone myself who has spent decades in business leadership, I know that transformation happens when vision meets discipline and when partnerships move beyond speeches into measurable action. Let NESt 2026 be remembered not for the speeches delivered, but for the commitments and deals that are made and the progress achieved after this hall empties out. To our investors and partners, Nigeria's green future is quite investable. To our policymakers in the room, reform creates confidence. To our young people, and I see a lot of them in the room, innovation will define the next economy. And to all delegates, the time for fragmented effort is over. The time for coordinated action is now. I encourage each of us to engage openly, think boldly, and commit sincerely. On this note, before I close, I would like to especially commend the chairman and coordinator of the multi-sectoral NESt2026 implementation team, Dr. Edwin Isotu Ede, one of Africa's finest and most seasoned environmental health and sustainable leaders, for your exceptional vision, sir, and for your coordination and unwavering commitment in bringing this landmark event to life. Nigeria needs competent, tested, and forward-looking leaders of its caliber in positions of greater national responsibility as we shape a greener and healthier future. On this note, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the Nigerian Environmental Summit NESt 2026 officially open. Thank you very much, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that brilliant address signaling. Please, let's give him a standing ovation, signaling the commencement, the formal commencement of this summit. Thank you, sir. A key player in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Thank you so, so much. Another warm round of applause for him, please. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly recognize the team from Lafarge Africa, one of our leading partners. Here in our midst is Gbemiga Owolabi, Director, Organization and Human Resources, Lafarge Africa PLC, who is representing the CEO of Lafarge Africa. Please, thank you, sir. You're welcome. Also in our midst is Mr. Emmanuel Ilaboya, country head, aggregates and concretes, Lafarge, Africa. Warm round of applause. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Mrs. Runke Akbata is also here with us, head HRO, commercial, Lafarge, Africa. Welcome, ma'am. Mrs. Funke Mado Jutumi. I hope I got that right. Thank you, thank you. Country Environment Manager, Mr. Gabriel Pauline, Head CSRO and Sustainable Development, Lafarge, Africa. Mr. Gabriel, please. And last but not the least is Mrs. Rachel Eze Mbakwo. I hope I got that right, ma'am. Sorry. Director, Health, Safety and Environment, Lafarge, Africa. Please, warm round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We will continue with the recognitions as we settle down, because we just saw that more dignitaries just arrived. But while we are waiting for that, let me invite the NYC drama group to give us a drama piece for 5 minutes. NYC, are you ready? The NYSC drama group, please. If you're ready, please come on stage. Event coordinators, please. Please come on stage. Please, let's make welcome the NYSC drama group. Microphone, please. After that, we will take a few goodwill messages and we'll go into the panel session. Thank you so much.
So, Mia,
sit back and enjoy the drama piece.
I sent you to school. While you were away, you can see the improvement of the environment. At least we now have good water. At least there's an improvement. Yes, now. Can't you see? Are you not aware of the environment? At least there's changes.
Are you talking about the same village?
Yes, now. What do you mean the same village? Understand me.
I'm not seeing any improvement. Oh.
Are you serious?
Like,
what do you mean you are not seeing any improvements? We are, at least we've done our best. See, the reason why I sent you to school so that at least when you come back, you would understand what is going on.
I understand, Baba. But this village I'm seeing, there's no improvement.
There's no improvement.
I'm not seeing any improvement.
Then, see, you and I know how things work here. So we would want you to...
Mikey, I want to understand. Like, my whole crops, my whole harvestation, they're all gone. All. The flood has washed everything away.
Baba, the same improvement.
See, we are working on something. It's not like we're just sitting down and looking at you guys.
That the gods are against us, ma?
No. We are working on something.
My business, yeah. All my produce are spoiled. There's no light. Oh my frozen food business is gone.
We are working on something. Relax. Relax. problem again? What's going on? What's going on? There's no. I thought I sent someone to walk that road. What's going on? We are working on something. It's not like I'm just sitting down doing nothing. What is the problem again? What's going on? Oh. My compass. My compass. What is the issue again? What's going on?
Baba, my relationship is at the edge of breaking. It's at the verge of breaking. Every time I will tell my partner there is no network, how will he believe me? He will think I'm cheating on him. I don't understand. Since we came here, no network.
Hello. Can you allow me land? Allow me talk. See, as the town's chief of this community, I've delegated persons and personnel to work on things. Things are going on. Don't worry. We're not relaxing. We're not relaxing. You can see. Go ahead and say what you want to say.
Well, now well done, oh my people.
What's going on?
You people should calm down.
Tell them.
You people should calm down. Please, Baba, say no. Baba, please, can I ask you one question? I feel ask you one question. You say flood has destroyed all your farm. Where do you used to drop your farm waste, harvest waste, after harvesting?
Inside the gutter now. Let the water flush it away.
To where? You do not know. Mama, say no, ma. Calm down, Mama, calm down. Sure, you saw me when I was coming back from school. You greet me. But I saw you doing something, Mama. You were burning waste. You were burning the waste. Is that how you dispose your waste here? You too, Mama. Copper. Please, where do you used to drop your waste? You used to drop it inside drainage. Burn it too. Is that how everybody used to destroy their... You see, my people, this matter is not the gods. The gods are not against us. We are our own problem. The gods are not to be blamed. They don't know anything about this. The gods are even innocent. You now, you said you used to drop your harvest waste inside the gutter. Drainage, carry and go. You don't know where you drop them. Do you know that after the waste, it goes stuck somewhere? And then after it goes stuck, the drainage now, after it's full, it will now cause flood. It will cause flood. That's what come back to your farm. What destroyed the network mast, my dear? How will you know? Flood affects NEPA.
You people should allow her land. She has the point.
I told you people, calm down. Calm down. You people should hear me out. NEPA, there is no light. You people now start talking. Hey, NEPA, you curse NEPA. Curse their family. Curse their generation. Everything. After the flood happened and then it destroyed the pole, you call NEPA to come and do it again. The flood happens again, Abby. And then it destroyed the pole. The same pattern. You are the cause of your problem. Mama Keshi, you burn your waste. That's the worst of it all. You burn your waste. And then it affects the ozone layer and changes the climate. That's how you... And then you see that rain started falling. And then there's no how to... The rain self, you will not know when the rain starts falling. You say, this rain self. You say, this rain self, there was no... The cloud did not change. This rain is just falling. You are the cause of it. Baba, let me tell you something.
Me and my daughter.
There is solution to all these things,
That is why I sent you to school.
And as a matter of fact, you see all these our waste products. it can come back to us as money. Good ego. Money. And you see, you're happy to hear that. I love
And
that
you've
you're
been throwing
happy
away
to
your
hear
cassava
that.
waste.
And after everything,
You calm down. Allow her finish.
people should calm
She's my
down.
daughter. I sent her to school
you
for a
people should
reason.
calm down. Yes, Baba. I always attend one summit, NESt summit. They do the summit every year. And then it was from there I learned most of these things. The only solution now is that I will call an advocate. He will come and teach us everything that we need to know about how to dispose our waste, how to make money with this. These are our waste that we're doing. And to make our environment greener.
Are you serious?
And then there's no dust everywhere. It's to make it greener and cleaner. So I should not deploy. You don't need to deploy. Let me tell you something. One conversation, calm down. One conversation.
Allow her talk.
One platform. Strengthen the environmental governance. Do you hear me? Are you people hearing me? So please, una go gather as una gather come today.
Calm down.
As una gather come today, una go gather come again. I go bring the advocates. He go teach us. Una like the money part. I know say una like her.
They are greedy people. I know them.
Make una calm down.
Relax. Allow her
Back
land.
again.
Eh?
Baba, thank you. Thank you for this platform. Thank you, Baba.
You see,
Make you go.
you
Make
see
you
my
go,
people.
then you come
My
back
people,
again.
relax. Let us go
Mona
and hear
calm
from them.
down. Mona
Eh?
calm down.
Relax.
Money they come.
Things
Mona
are coming.
calm down.
I am more than proud of you, my daughter.
More greener.
Eh?
Thank
You
you,
see,
Baba.
this is the reason why I sent you to school.
I know, Baba. Thank you, Baba.
Mia, Mia.
Baba, you see the change in this environment now. We've not done anything, but the change is already showing. We've not done anything. I'm very happy with the way our people are happy now. Like, if you see the smiles on their faces, when we had that summit, if you see the smiles on their faces, especially that money part, people
see,
like money.
The days this advocate has
Especially
come
Nigeria,
and
people
taught
like
us
money.
things we need to know about our
Yes.
community, making it a greener place for us to inhabit.
Yes.
You understand?
Thank you,
You
Baba.
see, I can't even say I'm proud of you. If there's a word that is above proudness, you see, I am so proud of you, my daughter.
Thank you, Baba.
I guess the man is already on his way.
Yes, he's here.
You're welcome. We are more than happy to have you in our midst.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Eh?
As you all know me, I'm from the, you all know.
They already
We've been
know
having
you.
a series of summits for the past 3 months or so, I think. And you guys have learned a lot. Yeah, you see, we've taught you how to, make sure that you keep your refuse well, recycle them, make money from these things. And you see, these things, I want to give you one good news. I found an investor for the community. Yes, that's what we do. We don't just only create summits. We bring the community to the government. We bring investors for them and all. So see, don't just keep on with everything we've told you. Because I want, when these investors come, I want them to know that there is gold in this land. My king, I have seen it. I am very sure the investors will see it. So thank you very much. I'll be leaving the town now. I was just an advocate for them, So
You can't just live like that.
my king, I
You
have to
see,
go.
by the power vested in me as the town's chief of this community, we have organized a little entertainment for you.
My king,
We want to entertain you for the good you've done for our community. Now we have more things to celebrate.
Oh.
They are already on their way. They are gathering. We would
king,
give you a befitting send forth
This is too
for
much
the
for
good
me.
you've been doing for us. All
Thank you.
as we stand now, and I have contacts upon contacts. People have been calling me to know what is happening in my community, all because of you. God will bless you. God will bless you richly.
Thank you, Mike.
So in no less than some minutes from now, they would be ready.
My king, I appreciate your
Thank you very much.
But please don't
My
forget,
people.
don't forget, we have to make this community greener. Remember, we do not throw waste in the wind. Where's that farmer? I think he's already in his ground. My compass. Thank you very much. Please, no more burning of refuse. We don't do that here. All right, thank you, my king.
Toppers, so you people are going to stay now. No more deployment. I beg, I want to say something before our cultural people ready. Una see say we want jolly now, we want free ourselves small. All these things where they teach una for that summit. Make una do ham oh. Not just come sit down, listening to them. That's the point of the summit. Make una practice everything, one after one. One after the other. Make una practice everything. Thank you.
So, my entertainers, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's celebrate the National Youth Service Corps cultural troupe. Let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I know you are in spirit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you as you dance out. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful cultural display. Thank you. Beautiful drumming. Well done. Well done. Please let's celebrate the National Youth Service Corps Drama Group for that wonderful and insightful performance, giving us commitment to a cleaner Nigeria and a greener Nigeria. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll take a few goodwill messages. We'll take a few goodwill messages, but before then, let me recognize in our midst, he has graced this occasion with his presence. He's the co-chair, actually, of this summit. Let me recognize Dr. Matthew Olumide Adekboju, Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Space Research and Development Agency. Welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Let me invite Stella to give a brief of the art exhibition that is going on outside. And thereafter, we will take the goodwill messages. In 2 minutes, she will be done. My SSA, please, immediately after, I will call you for goodwill message. Just thank you so much for your understanding. Thank you so much. Stella, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, my co-MC. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And I'm happy that the room is well energized, and we are happy to see what our young people are doing, the energy they have exhibited. And then we thank them so much. And I know that some of us will be looking at them and be saying, I remember when I was young and when I had so much energy. So we are happy that they are here with us, and they have also given us and shown us what the youth can do. And that is why we're all gathered here to empower them and give them the access to continue the story and the narrative of environmental sustainability. So in line with what we are doing today, we have one outstanding performance outside there. It's actually an arts exhibition center there. So this is one of the exciting features of what we prepared for our guests today or this conference. So it is a collaborative effort, a mural project taking place outside here at the venue. I don't know if some of us saw it. So throughout the event, you are invited to add your own creative brush to that artwork. So we want to see people paint, part of that artwork. It is 12 feet by 7 artwork. It's quite huge. And it is an artwork under the guidance of our lead artists. So the mural will become a visual representation of our collective experience here today, an idea and aspiration. We encourage everyone to participate, whether you are an artist or not. All you need to do is just to take a brush and paint your color, whatever the color is. And then you simply want someone to, make a mark. You can sign or write your name or the name of your organization, as a means of showing support for what we are doing here. So now, at the end of the day, at the end of this conference, the artwork will be completed, of course, and will be made available for purchase at the target value of 5 million naira. Please, a round of applause for the organizers. Just 5 million naira, and we're expecting that people will, contribute to that. An organization can pick that up. So this will be used as a proceed for the ongoing cleanup of health vulnerable communities here in Abuja. The proceed will be used to clean up some of these communities around us that are bedeviled by environmental challenges. So if your organization would be interested in acquiring it, this unique piece of history and support. So we want you to support this work. And I know that Jamila is here in the room. She might want to throw more light on that. But for now, if you just go out, just take a paint, the brush and paint, write, and then put a mark of your organization, of yourself there. Please, a round of applause for the artist. His name is, the artist's name is, Funke. His name is Funke, or her name is Funke. Her name is Funke, sorry. So at this point, I invite my co-MC to continue the introduction of the guest and other activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You've heard, please be part of the project. The Health Vulnerable Communities in Abuja project has been going on. We need to do more. Most of our satellite towns, in terms of sanitation, has nothing to write home about. So let's be committed to keeping the environment clean as much as we can, and let's contribute to that project. Thank you so much. It's on that beautiful note, let me invite the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Public Health and Focal Person on Nutrition, Mrs. Uju Rochas Anwoka, to please give a goodwill message. SSA, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me first commend the innovative idea of utilizing resources raised from the artwork to support vulnerable health communities. I think that's well commendable, and I'm particularly excited about it because of my role as SSA Public Health. The Honorable Minister of Environment here represented, the chairman of the occasion represented by Dr. Osage Okubo, and of course the co-chair who is seated here with us, the commissioners of environment from Oyo State, Edo, and Nasarawa State, the executive secretary of the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group here present, development partners, captains of industries. Let me recognize our future leaders who are seated here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I salute you. When I first walked into this room this morning, I actually noticed something that stopped me for a moment. I noticed the young children seated here. Of course, I saw how they were curiously listening to every speaker, and I smiled not out of sentiment, but because these children are not here as guests, they are here as the reason for why we are gathered. Every word spoken on this stage today, every commitment made, and every declaration adopted is ultimately addressed to them. The question before us is simple. What kind of Nigeria will they inherit? And the answer depends entirely on what we choose to do right now in this room and beyond. Before I go further, I'd like to commend the Nigerian Environment Summit Group and every partner that has made the NESt2026 possible. Of course, it takes courage, it takes conviction to build a platform to this scale, one that places government, investors, civil society, and private sector under one conversation. Platforms like these, of course, are not luxuries. They are spaces where political will is forged, spaces where commitments are made visible, and where the gap between policy and practice is forced into the open. The NUSUG has built something genuinely important, and we are all better for it. The earlier speaker, when I walked in, had identified accountability as one of the critical gaps standing between Nigeria's environmental ambition and our realization. I want to affirm that observation and anchor it on what data tells us. Climate change currently costs Nigeria $100 billion annually in economic losses. By 2050, 21% of our disease burden will be climate-driven. They are measurable costs of accountability deficits that he has described, and they will be paid first and most heavily again by these children who are seated here. But I want to be equally clear about what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration has already put in place, because the foundation for turning risks into prosperity is real and it is growing. Nigeria, under this administration, has submitted the NDC 3.0 and UN General Assembly in 2025, the first in Africa, in West Africa, and the fifth in the continent to do so. These are some commitments, including the commitment to cutting greenhouse gas emission by 29% by 2030 and 32% by 2035. Of course, in an area that is very critical for me is that on the revision of the nutrition policy on food and nutrition running to 2035, we have explicitly anchored in the reality that food security and climate resilience are inseparable. These are investments, of course, I've just mentioned a few. They are building blocks of a competitive green economy, exactly what the economy this summit exists to advance. So if the foundation is real and the commitments are binding, how does accountability reach the places where it is most needed? The answer already exists within our architecture. But I want to highlight something very important. That kind of accountability described by Dr. Murtala Mohammed cannot only live at federal level. It must run across all tiers of government, the federal, state, and local government simultaneously without exceptions. The commitment made in Abuja that does not reach Kebbi, or does not reach Borno, or does not reach other states, or even the LGAs in Anambra is not accountability. It remains paperwork. I want to highlight that the National Economic Council, chaired by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, is one platform that can be leveraged for full-tier accountability to be delivered. The NEC convenes the 36 state governors with federal leadership in one constitution. And so when climate performance becomes a standing item on the NEC agenda, when governors answer to reforestation targets, flood response readiness, and subnational environmental data, the same way they answer to revenue and economic indicators, that kind of accountability will flow down to the LGA. And I want to say here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that the Vice President is committed to ensuring that kind of accountability. Again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these children seated here in this hall do not know what the meaning of NDC is. They do not know what a green economy means, but in 20 years, they will know whether we kept our word. The Abuja Declaration we adopt today must carry named targets, clear timelines, and enforceable accountability so that it can be placed in the hands of a child in this room and read as a promise that was honored by us and not a record that was intended. From environmental risk to national prosperity is not a slogan, it is a governance choice, and every child in this room is waiting to see what decisions and what choices we make here today. And I wish all of us in this room a good deliberation, fruitful deliberation over the next day and today. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much for that heartwarming goodwill message from the SSA to the President on public health. Key takeaway, there is the need for political will and the need to leverage on the National Economic Council to drive our environmental processes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, warm round of applause for the SSA. I'll take the next goodwill, but before I do that, while the SSA was delivering a goodwill message, we had the grand entrance of our special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, who is ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Environment, Dr. Salihu Aminu Usman. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good to have you. Next, let me invite the team lead for Lafarge Africa to step forward. Bemiga Owolabi, Director, Organization and Human Resource, Lafarge Africa, to deliver his goodwill message for and on behalf of the CEO, Lafarge Africa. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I need to apologize on behalf of the Group Managing Director and CEO for Lafarge, Lulu Aladiakiyemi, for being absent here. He had to go to the South area and couldn't make it, so my apologies. Okay, so I'm going to follow the protocol that the SSA to the President has laid in terms of salutation for brevity. So pardon me on that. But on behalf of Lafarge Africa PLC, we congratulate the organizers of the Nigeria Environmental Summit for convening this important platform under the timely theme, Unlocking Nigeria's Green Economy, Driving Climate Action and Sustainable Environmental Governance. As Nigeria pursues sustainable economic growth, The transition to a green economy presents a unique opportunity to drive development while addressing climate change. Economic progress and environmental stewardship are not competing priorities. I think that is very important for us to note. They are mutually reinforcing. Through climate smart investments and sustainable practices, Nigeria can create jobs. Nigeria can strengthen resilience, and Nigeria can attract investment, and of course, secure long-term prosperity for future generations. Realizing this opportunity, and I think most of the speakers have talked about this, including the play by the NYC team, we require collaboration, innovation, and leadership across government, industry, academia, development institutions, and the civil society. By working together, we can accelerate climate action, strengthen environmental governance, and unlock the full potential of Nigeria's green economy. At Lafarge Africa PLC, sustainability is core to our strategy. We remain committed to advancing climate action through responsible resource management, circular economy initiatives, alternative energy solutions, and the continuous reduction of our environmental footprint. As you know, we are a private organization and heavy industry. And one of the things that we are very strong on is how do we protect the environment? And of course, all the alternative energy solutions that we use. Our partnership with the Nigeria Environmental Summit reflects our belief that collective action is essential to building a low-carbon, climate-resilient, and inclusive future. As we engage in the discussions ahead, we encourage all stakeholders to move beyond dialogue towards practical action, strong partnerships, and measurable outcomes, which has to be implemented. Wish you all a productive and impactful summit. Thank you very much.
Warm round of applause for Lafarge Africa. Thank you so much for the will to partner, the commitment that you have shown towards the organization of these summits. We deeply appreciate. Thank you so much, and we expect more to come in the days, in the months, and in the years ahead. Collaboration, partnership is key. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me recognize the pupils of New Horizon Private School, River Park Estate, Airport Road. These are the young leaders of today. They've come to celebrate with us. Please, let's give them a warm round of applause. New Horizon Private School. They have a performance hereafter, and we'll see what they are going to give to us, and you'll be amazed. Thank you so much. I will invite to step forward for his goodwill message. He has double cap. The Director General and Chief Executive of the National Space and Research Development Agency, who doubles as the co-chair for this summit, Dr. Matthew Olumide Adepoju. Please step forward and give your goodwill message. Thank you, DG. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. I would like to rely on the well-established protocol, but there are some names that I can't go ahead without acknowledging the Honorable Minister of Environment, Malam Balaribe Abbas Lawal, who is being represented by our amazing Permanent Secretary, Malam Saliu Aminu Usman, the chairman of the occasion, the NESt2026 implementation team, Dr. Edwin Ede, the UN resident coordinator, Mr. Mohamed Malik IV, the executive secretary, Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, Lady Rita Michael Uju, the wonderful SSA to the president, who just left the hall now, and all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen that are here. I'm very, very, very happy to see that we have strategic partners, people like Lafarge, coming for environmental program like this. Members of press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Your Excellencies. On behalf of National Space Research and Development Agency, I am genuinely and truly delighted to be a partner with you on this occasion of this landmark edition of Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026. I warmly commend the visionary leadership of the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, our host, and of course, the great support from Ministry of Environment, and indeed, all the collaborating partners for the immense and meticulous work being done to bring a day like this to fruition. We are meeting at this critical turning point that deals with climate vulnerability, environmental degradation, which the cost has been put at over $100 billion in Nigeria by the presidency of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And of course, the youth from National Youth Development, National Youth Service Corps have demonstrated in real time and the cost and the damages that comes with climate change and other variables. For decades, traditional environmental management has struggled to keep pace with rapid ecological change. Nigeria is a big country with different ecological zones. But within these massive challenges, there is great opportunities to completely reshape our future and give our youth a better world to live on. By pivoting towards sustainable environmental governance, we can convert this pressing ecological risk into viable wealth generation for green assets. It may interest us to note that last year, I spent almost a month in China. Most of their vehicles on the road, they carry different number plates. Those ones who are blue, they are still running on fossil fuel. Those ones who are green, they are running on green energy. Nigeria needs to copy this good deed. Thank you. This is precisely why the theme of this summit is timely, unlocking Nigeria's green economy, driving climate action and sustainable environmental governance is absolutely the right theme for this occasion. It perfectly anchors on our core mandates as the premier space agency in Africa, with the transformational framework of the Renew Hope agenda of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Under the visionary leadership of our dear President, Nigeria is aggressively positioning itself to lead Africa's transition into expanding trillions of dollars global green market. And I pause at this stage to charge all of us here to look into the opportunities of the Global Green Fund, which is being superintended by our own dear daughter, Dr. Badigeshi at Washington. We cannot play a cash up. We must be at the driver's seat. And NSG have a greater role to play in this. The goal is clear, and it is to use climate action as a strategic driver for economic diversification, to create green jobs and long-term national prosperity. To realize the scale of the national transformation, His Excellency has positioned the agency with the approval of 4 new satellites for the benefit of our ecosystem. We are executing this critical mandate through our 3-point agenda, which champions the transformation of the space sector for global competitiveness, strengthen our institutions through capacity building and support from ACRISEL and many interventions. We are determined to mainstream the private sector into the Nigerian space ecosystem to produce young billionaires from our own soil. It gladdens my heart when I see the list of sponsors, especially the private sectors, that are already got the memo. I've used this opportunity to invite them to join us as we expanding the Nigerian space ecosystem. Space science and technology offer innovative solutions to address the gap in data, provide accurate and real-time intelligence, as well as strengthen data accountability to attract and mainstream green investment. NASDA will leverage on sovereign satellite asset, along with our deep collaboration with over 400 satellite providers and constellations around the world. And this images at submitters resolution. I'm happy to inform you that the 4 satellites that we are in the process of launching into the outer space, they are at submitter resolution. The advantage of this is enormous. It is what we believe that this congregation will pave the way for achievement of the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President and the dreams of our dear President to make Nigeria $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. Our contribution is highly, highly enormous, and it's better we unlock the potentials in our youth. I wish to wish you highly impactful deliberation. Let's think with the box or without the box, because sometimes when you think and deliberate with the box, you are limited. Let's throw the box out of the windows so that we can get the best from this, our deliberation. I wish us happy deliberations. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the warm goodwill message. Please, warm round of applause for the DG of NASDA. I guess it's Africa's largest space agency, and we're proud of that. As Nigerians, we're proud of that. Thank you so much for the good works that you are doing in the agency, and we believe that we'll be up there very soon. Thank you so much. The Honorable Minister, Mr. Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will take a brief performance by the little ones here, the kids from New Horizon Private School. And immediately after that, I'll crave the indulgence of the Honorable Minister to permit us to go for a short tea break. And as we come back, we will take 4 goodwill messages. United Nations Population Fund, World Health Organization, NEMA, the Alternative Bank will take these ones. And thereafter, we will take the minister's keynotes, and we'll go into our panel session. If the pupils of New Horizon, if you are ready, please come on stage. You need a mic? Yes, can we have microphone, please?
Good day, everyone. My name is Emanuela Adediju. We are here to represent New Horizon Private School for our club, Green Natures.
Good day, everyone. My name is Daniel Udeni, and our theme for this club is Unlocking Nigerians' Green Economy. Starts with us. I'm Group 1, and I'm the Group 1 speaker. Our topic is climate action. Climate action means taking steps to protect our planet from the effects of climate change. Climate change causes flooding, drought, excessive heat, and environmental damage. As young citizens, we can help by planting trees, keeping our environment clean, reducing waste, and caring for nature. Every tree planted and every clean environment brings us closer to a healthier and safer environment. Thank you.
A green economy is an economy that grows while protecting the environment. It encourages the use of clean energy, such as solar power, proper waste management, and wise use of natural resources. Nigeria has potential to create jobs and improve life through environmental friendly activities.
Environmental governance means creating and obeying rules that protect our environment. Governments, schools, communities, and individuals must work together to keep our environment clean and safe. As students, we can support environmental governance by obeying environmental rules, avoiding littering, and encouraging others to protect nature. Together, we can build a cleaner, greener, and healthier Nigeria. We want to ask parents and stakeholders to come to schools for training, to train students on green economy and how to protect Nigeria's environment. Plant more trees, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Save water. Plant more trees, build a green Nigeria. Unlocking Nigeria's green economy starts with us.
Please celebrate the little ones. Celebrate them. Encouraging tree planting exercises for a healthier environment. Clean energy, they've talked about clean energy, job creation, and environmental governance, which is key, and the need to care for nature. These are the things they've asked us as adults to do. And this is the platform that we want to ensure that that is done. One platform, one platform, one platform, strengthening environmental governance. Thank you so much. The Honorable Minister, the Chair, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go for the tea break, it is my honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Minister of Environment of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, who is ably represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Environment, Dr. Salisu Aminu Usman, to please step forward and give the keynote address. Please, warm round of applause. Let's celebrate the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon, everybody. The Senior Special Assistant to the Vice President on Public Health, the Chairman of the Summit, here represented by Mr. Osaji Osumbo, the DG of Nasrudang, all other heads of agencies here present, the representative of WHO, and all other development partners, the commissioners, all commissioners, state commissioners here present, the press, all other stakeholders here present. Good afternoon. As you have been informed already, the Honorable Minister Malam Balarabe Abbas Lawal is out of the country, away for another very important national engagement. But he sends his greetings, he sends his warm regards to each and every one of you. And his keynote address goes as follows. It is with great pleasure and profound sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to the Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026, landmark platform that brings together government institutions, development partners, academia, the private sector, civil society, and communities to collectively chart a sustainable environmental future for our nation. I wish to commend the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, our development partners, the private sector, civil society organizations, academia, and all stakeholders whose dedication and collaborations have made this summit possible. Federal Ministry of Environment is proud to serve as a strategic partner in this initiative, reflecting our unwavering commitment to environmental sustainability and national development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit, Unlocking Nigeria's Green Economy, Driving Climate Action and Environmental Governance, is timely and strategic, underscoring the urgent need to accelerate Nigeria's green transition while strengthening climate action and environmental governance for a secure future. This gathering comes at a defining moment in Nigeria's development journey, where developmental sustainability is now central to economic growth, public health, social stability, and long-term prosperity. The transition to a green economy is therefore essential to building resilient societies. Nigeria stands at a critical moment in its environmental journey, where climate change continues to manifest through flooding, drought, diversification, coastal erosion, biodiversity loss, and increasing pressure on our ecosystems and livelihoods. Pollution of our environment, that is to do with air, water, or land, poor waste management practices, and sustainable consumption patterns, further threatening public health and environmental stability. It is important to acknowledge that these challenges, however, present opportunities for innovation, partnership, and transformative action for environmental sustainability. Environmental sustainability is no longer a standalone issue. It is directly linked to our health systems, food security, energy transition, economic diversification, job creation, and national security. Investing in the environment is therefore investing in Nigeria's and prosperity. Distinguished participants, the Federal Ministry of Environment remains committed to strengthening environmental governance through sound policies, effective regulatory frameworks, and strategic partnerships that promote sustainable development. We have continued to advance national priorities through interventions in climate action, biodiversity conservation, pollution control and prevention, environmental sanitation and hygiene practices, circular economy, sustainable healthcare waste system, health management system, flood erosion control and coastal zones management programs, afforestation projects and programs, green bond projects. Nigeria also continues to demonstrate leadership through its commitment under the Paris Agreement and sustainable goals. However, achieving this vision requires innovations localized to our environment and society, partnerships, technology, and sustainable financing. The environmental sector can no longer rely solely on traditional ways of managing the environment and funding mechanisms. We must unlock green finance opportunities through climate funds, carbon markets, public-private partnerships, blended finance models, impact investments, and innovative financial instruments that support sustainable development. In this regard, NESt2026 provides a critical platform anchored on principle, one platform, one conversation, driving one national environmental agenda. These platforms provide a unique opportunity for dialogue, knowledge exchange, partnership building, and collective actions that will guide practical solutions to advance environmental sustainability, climate action, and environmental governance in Nigeria. As a co-convener of this summit, the Federal Ministry of Environment will continue to provide leadership in ensuring that outcomes from this platform translate into concrete actions, measurable results, and sustained impact. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, I encourage all participants to engage constructively, share experiences, and identify actionable pathways for collaboration that will accelerate Nigeria's green transition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our partners and friends of the environment, it is important that I recognize and appreciate all your efforts and contributions to the environment to unlock Nigeria's green economy and build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Nigerians. Thank you and continue the good works. On this note, I call all participants to actively participate fully in all sections of the summit and contribute wisely to the outcomes of the event. I declare the Nigeria Environmental Summit 2026 open. I wish you fruitful deliberation and a successful summit. Thank you.
Can we please give the Honorable Minister a standing ovation? Despite his tight and busy schedule, he has found it imperative to be here to grace this ceremony. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this announcement, we will go out for a 30-minute tea break. But before I do that, let me recognize in our midst our green ambassador, the green ambassador from Nollywood. a green ambassador from Nollywood, the biggest film industry in Africa and the second largest in the world. It is my honor to recognize our ambassador, Ambassador Matilda Lambert. Please rise, a Nollywood star. Thank you so much. I will take a group photograph. The Honorable Minister and the very special guests will all take a group photograph up here. I think we will need some seats. Some will sit down, some has to stand. We will take as much as we can take, then we will, after that, we'll go for the tea break. But let me recognize the presence of the country rep of the UN Fund for Population. Ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, I crave your indulgence. We can have the group photographs. Members on the front row, please, the media team from the minister's office should coordinate the photo session. We'll take the VIPs first on. Take the VIPs first on the. Some can come on stage. For the tea break, the VIPs will go first, and we'll take it row by row. Yes, yes.
You don't have to go the 360 degrees when you can just go the 180. You don't have to climb.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, sorry, representative of all the NGOs here present, please. DG NEMA, DG NASDA, please.
Open the eyes of your mind, your ears and mouth as we sing my song. Now open the eyes of your mind, your ears and mouth as you hear my voice.
Panelists, speakers. Yes, panelist speakers, please join. Panelist speakers. Panelist speakers, please. Yes, sorry, the panelists are already here. All the panelists and speakers, the various sessions that are here, please. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for indulging us. Tea break is just 30 minutes and we'll be back. Please kindly adjust all the panelists and the speakers. Yes, just
I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting.
Thank you. So we can go for the tea break, just 30 minutes, and we'll be back. We'll take the panel session. Please, after the VIPs, we'll take the tea break. We'll go this order. It will be in rows. The VIPs in the front row, please follow. Others, please just be seated. The ushers will lead and direct accordingly. Let's try and be orderly, please. Thank you so much.
You don't have to go the 360 degrees when you can just go the 180. You don't have to climb the highest mountains.
The deal room is open. UNFPA, NEMA, please proceed to the deal room. The deal room is open for action. The mural, the art exhibition is also open while the tea break is going on. Find time to be part of it. Thank you so much.
I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for you. We used to live in yesterday. Now many today, the waste away. But nevertheless, it's never late. See the times of change. I thought you knew that this world will never ever wait for you, my darling. The world has gone past time so fighting. So pack your guns and your swords and let us live on as one. We all need love and understanding. Now pack your guns and your sword and let us live all as one. We sing. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. I'll be waiting, yeah. I'll be waiting for you. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for you. Over the moon, I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for you. Where do you want to run to? Stand up and fight. Don't hide your face, oh no. Stand up and fight. Don't hide your face. What have you really heard about me? What have they told you about me? Oh. All these rumors where you hear now just for their mouth. They go talk, 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 talk anyhow. But no, keep your ear for one map or mouth. Made in talk, talk anyhow. Now we the man, we the man, we the man. Where do you want to run to? We the man, we the man. Where do you wanna hide to? Oh, don't run away, no, 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 no. Stand up and fight, don't run away, no, 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 no. Stand up and fight, We the men, stand up and fight, Don't run away, no, 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 no. Stand up and fight, no, 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 no. Don't run away, no, 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 no. Stand up and fight. Win a man, win a man. Where do you want to run to? Win a man, win a man. Where do you want to hide? Oh, win a man, win a man. Where do you want to run to? Win a man, win a man. Where do you want to hide? Stand up and fight. Oh, stand up and fight. Stand up and fight. Stand up and fight. Win a man, win a man, win a man. Where do you want to run to? Win a man, win a man, win a man. Why do you want to hide? Stand up and fight, oh. Stand up and fight, Stand up and fight, oh. Stand up and fight. my soul. Do you see me now? The land is green, it's so green. The harvest is ready for you and me. There is a longing in my soul. There is a longing in my soul. The land is green. The land is green for you and I. For you and I. Watch me as I skate. Watch me as I go. There is longing in my soul. There is a longing in my spirit. Watch me go. The land is green. The land is green. The land is green. When the sunset in your eyes, where do you find it okay? If you pay any attention to what I'm saying, all we need is love. We truly All we'll need is love. All we truly, really ever need is love. Oh, say a little prayer for something new. All we need is love. All we truly, really need is love. That's T.Y. Bello. Very little. Here we are as a people with one voice, with one sound. We're a nation undivided and strong. Imbued, I'll end with faith. See. Yes, just. My diary, which I will be doing. Can sing Great Nigeria. Can sing. I don't know. I just try to keep it around Fashion 360.
Welcome back from the tea break, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and settle down so that we can go into the next session of the summit. I want to believe that we enjoyed ourselves. We are energized. I think so. So we are good to go for the next session. Welcome back from the tea break. I hope and believe that we've been energized to enable us go into the next session of the summit. It's Mr. Felix, are you here? Mr. Sunday Felix, if you're here, please, your attention is needed. Madam Stella, are we good to go? Okay. Mr. Dr. Edwin, please, one moment. Please, can we all come inside? Dr. Edwin, please ask the people in the D room to come back to session, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I will hand over the microphone to Stella Ijoma Ona so that she can proceed with the next item, which is the panel discussion. The conversations centered around the paper that has been presented by Dr. Murtala Mohammed. And then we'll expect and we believe that it will be interactive. There's need for reactions, and the panelists are capable. So Dr. Stella, who is the moderator for this session, please, warm round of applause, my co-MC. She's also moderating the panel session. She will invite all the speakers. I expect you should sit in the middle so that so that you can coordinate a little to the right and a little to the left. 5 seats or 6. Okay, sit down there. So let me yield the microphone to Stella to invite the panelists, and we will proceed from there. Dr. Stella, I yield the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much, my co-moderator and MC. I want to welcome all of us back from the tea break and to say thank you very much for staying with us and being part of this epoch-making event. So this session is actually the first panel session, and we're expected to deep dive into environmental sustainability and to discuss more on how we can strengthen policies, because we know Nigeria have policies, and also to make sure that the law, does much more work with enforcement. So permit me to invite on stage members of this panel discussion. They are men and women of timber and caliber, if okay. So these are people who are going to give us insights. They are going to have a very good discussion here. Of course, we expect so. so that we can have a better understanding of what we are talking about concerning this conference. Thank you. Okay, so please, I will be inviting the first panelist, Opera Chizoma. She is a she, right? Are you around? Please, if you're around, can you? Okay. So Opera Chizoma is the national coordinator, Clean Nigeria campaign. So please, a round of applause for her. Yes. Thank you. Also, permit me to invite on stage Mrs. Omotunde Adeola. She's the Director, Pollution Control, Environmental Health from the Federal Ministry of Environment. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. No, don't worry. We have a man in our midst. It's not going to be a ladies' discussion. Okay, so of course, we'll have our next panelist, Engineer Uche Patrick Obikile. She's the right? Is he here or she? She. Okay. She's the chairman, Nigerian Institute of Environmental Engineers, Abuja chapter. Please, a round of applause for her. So while she takes her seat, I know some of you might be wondering, is it going to be a ladies' affair? Of course, it's not going to be so. We're trying to be gender sensitive and inclusive. And so we want to balance the gender now. I'm going to invite somebody some of you might know before now. He once worked with the government, that's NESRIA, and he was part of some of the policies that were developed in the organization under climate and environmental sustainability. So please, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite on stage the only man blessed among the women, Mr. Raf Nam. He's the steering chair, Sustainable Education and Policy Archiving at the NESOG, and he's also a former director at NESRIA. Please, a round of applause for him. Yes, you are very safe, sir. You are blessed among women. Thank you for coming. Okay. So this panel will be talking and then taking a cue from the first presentation that was done by Dr. Mohammed. So he anchored his last presentation on under 5 policies, no 6. He anchored it under 6 pillars. First, he mentioned policy and institutions, financing, enforcement, accountability, and environmental outcome of climate change discussions in Nigeria. So now, I want to start with you, Mr. Raf, to tell us. We have talked and said much about climate change and environmental sustainability, but we want you to take us through about, in 3 minutes though, because the organizer says each panelist will have 3 minutes to talk about their topic. So let's talk about how can education, sustainable education, and effective policy archiving contribute
to stronger enforcement and continuity in Nigeria's environmental governance system?
Yeah, thank you very much, the moderator. I hope I am safe in the midst of these Amazons. Yeah, sustainability education, we saw it on display here this morning. We start from the children so that they grow with it. And that is all it means. They have come here as people who are being schooled in the area of environmental sustainability. You expect that immediately, that soon as they leave or even they interact with their colleagues at school, they begin to share their experiences. That is not all. At NESOC, there is also this idea of developing curriculum for the various levels of our educational sector, from the primary school even to the tertiary sector. This is supposed to be keyed into the overall educational curriculum of our educational system. So with that, everybody will find it, everybody will now know that sustainability is of importance, and it is not just a case of having a vocation, but knowing that it is life in a way when we talk about sustainability. And then it is done in various forms. There's what we call environmental information, environmental education and awareness. As I was introduced, I was from NESt, and then I hope they still do it because it is necessary and so germane that even in the various stratas of the environment sector, those in the manufacturing, those in artisanal mining, those even judges are schooled so that when matters of environmental issues comes to them, it is not new. They know how to adjudicate. Police is also educational manual is developed for them so that when there is need for enforcement, like the moderator has spoken about, the enforcement agency moves with the law enforcement agencies, of which police is there, and the police is also educated. There is capacity building for the staff. So it is education all the way and all tending towards sustainability. I hope I have said something.
Okay, so thank you very much. You have made mention about education starting from the primary schools, but are there strategies for educating the communities, the local communities?
Oh, very well. There are, like I said earlier, the communities, NESOC, I say NESOC, but here in NESOC, we have a plan, we have a blueprint of moving into various communities, educating them on the specific environmental issues that they have. If it is a place that needs to check drought and desertification, the education is tailor-made so that they are well educated in those areas. The capacity is there, but what is needful is that the capacity has to be improved upon so that the whole idea, the whole plan could be implemented. Okay, so that as the nation is vast, the reach is also going to be enabled through the capacity that is going to be made available to the various people who can move into the various sectors, various areas of the country, meeting them and dealing with the specific regional environmental issues they have. Is it in the marketplaces? Is it the farmers? Is it the manufacturers? Is it the miners, especially the artisanal miners? All of them have specific educational models that can be tailored towards them, all towards environmental sustainability.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for him. So we are happy to announce that NESOG has developed these models for educating all stratas in the value chain in environmental sustainability. So, but from the education, we want to look at, systemic reforms. I'm going to come to you now, Mrs. Omotunde. So we want to look at what are the systemic reforms that are most urgent. We know there are a lot of priorities, but in the scale of priorities, what are the most urgent ones to improve pollution control and enforcement, and how can these reforms be made transparent? Most times, a lot of policies are not very transparent and not well communicated. So how can they be made transparent enough to restore citizens' confidence and in environmental governance? It is very important.
Thank you very much for taking away your mic. Let me start from the education. I just want to add voice to what he has said. I think it's also important for us to educate the media. The issue of sustainability, communication among the populace is very important for the media to be really well educated. It's not that they have not gone to school, but they need to have deep knowledge about issues of environment so that people will not be misinformed, because misinformation can lead to people doing the wrong thing. So I think also we should involve the people in the media, both print and the other social media content creators, to also be well educated about issues of environment as it affects people. So let me come to the issue of governance. Dr. Mukhtar has articulated so well the issues around environmental problems in Nigeria, ranging from desertification to flooding to all of those issues, and that we don't have problems with the policies. We have policies everywhere. We have various institutions that are doing varied things about environment, from the agencies to the state government to the state environmental protection agencies. But the problems we have is about synergy, is about coordination. And I think one of the very first things that we need to address is the issue of coordination. We need to coordinate and ensure that everybody's mandates and roles are specifically identified, and all the issues around role conflicts are also tidied out. Because you find out that when we are fighting ourselves, the people that are destroying our environment are getting away with it. So I think we need to come back to a round table where all regulators, all policymakers will sit down and synergize and coordinate together to ensure that this happens. And also for accountability, I also feel that the world has gone digital. Most of the policies, sometimes some of them will go through their cycle and people are not even aware. We had a case of the healthcare policy that was launched in 2013. By the time we were reviewing the 2013 in 2020, a lot of people have never seen a copy of the 2013 policy, and we were reviewing. So the issues are around digitalizing. So I think that is where we need to begin to look at ensuring that we use technology to allow people to see what exists. A lot of people don't know what exists. A lot of people think that Federal Ministry of Environment is about waste picking, but there's a lot more. I worked with NAFDAC recently on reviewing one of their documents, and I was happy when I was told that it's on their website, it's open to the public for everybody to view and make comments, so that if there are comments that we need to address before the policy will come out. So we can use the digital space and also data. We cannot manage what we cannot measure. There's a lot of data that are in different places, but we need to begin to harmonize some of those things and harness the data available so that people can, we can have policies that are data-driven and that are evidence-based, which will help us even in environmental governance. And I also want to mention the issue around people not being transparent with data. At the academia, we all need to work together to ensure that we do the proper thing. I think I should rest there and then, yeah.
So, yes, you made mention quite a number of sensitive issues. We could see that the space is crowded, the crowded space, and that people are scrambling for one thing or the other to remain relevant. But as a government institution, how do you think that we can synergize and everybody come under one roof? Like we are here now, we say one platform, one conversation. How can we synergize? Is it governance? Is it policy? What is it that is we are missing the gap?
I think it's interesting that we are all together in this room, and I like the fact that we said this is one conversation. And the conversation is that we all need to begin to work together. Dr. Musa articulated all of the players. The community is important, the government of officials. We need to go to the local level. We cannot be talking here in Abuja where things are really happening, we're not addressing. So we need to work together. The Federal Ministry of Environment, we have a platform that we have developed is on integrated national environmental health systems, where every local government is expected to feed in information and escalate when there is a problem, and then we can respond. So when we have those kind of digital platforms, we can work together with the local government, with the state government. And I like one thing that Dr. Musa mentioned. He said we need to begin to hold ourselves accountable. We need to begin to have monthly assessment of what is happening at the states. There should be a reporting system. The Federal Ministry of Environment must be able to sit on all the commissioners of environment, and they are here. I mean, I'm happy that they are here. That we need to begin to work together. There must be a monitoring to ensure that actions are taken. It's enough that we just come and speak, but we need to begin to take action. And that action starts from today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. So, talking about action, let me come to you, Engineer Uche. Okay, yeah, Engineer Uche. So, how can Nigeria strengthen environmental governance? This is very important. Enforce accountability and unlock the green investments through transparent institutions. So while you are looking at this now, I think we should look deeper to see how we can do this synergy that we've been talking about, and then take the message straight to the grassroots where some of these actions are being taken.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're all here for one conversation and under one platform. And I've thought of what Doctor said and what my sister said. Everything, what is missing is collaboration. That's just what I see that is missing. We have 1,000 policies that are not known. If I sit down in my office and bring out a policy and nobody is aware of it, nobody knows about it, the bureaucracy needs to be dropped a bit. And when you look around us, what I see, environment is encompassing everything that you think of is the environment. Whether you're in finance, whether you're an engineer, whatever field you are in, environment is what it is. So in our institute, we preach that they call us the mother of all institutes, because everybody has a bite, from the environment. And when we look at what we are talking about, for me, it's just based on just 3 pillars: governance, accountability, and investment readiness. We go to COP, we go to UNFCCC, we harness all sorts of funds. There is green fund, there is this, there is that, and we have the capacity. Each and every one of us, we have our youths that are ready. But do they know the next step to take? They don't. How do we let them know? Advocacy. We need to move. The director or staff in the Federal Ministry of Environment should be able to talk to the next person in finance. How do we get this green fund? There's so much. When you look outside, you see other countries taking in these green funds. How do we get it? We even have some banks here that you can access and get the funds. But the banks are so rigid. We need governance. We need the government to come in to tell them, come down to the basics. Let each and every one of us be part of this funds. Because at the end of the day, if we don't take the funds, what do? We lose. Other continents are taking it like, they make it. Why we see all these things that we see from China, it's not because they have all the money. Yes, they do, and they control their economy, but they bring it down to the basics. They have these schools or these NGOs that gather people, tell them what they need to know. They don't even go to they go to the banks to get the funds for them and come down and table it. Okay, you are in this. Come, take part of this. This take part. But we need to have accountability of our actions and inactions. That's what I think is missing in all of this. And if we have it harnessed, I don't think we'll lose out because we have the capacity in this house or in this country.
Okay, so in accountability, there's a gap. We're seeing a gap. So are you thinking that there is a communication gap between policy, implementation, and the people?
The communication for me, this wide, because Ministry of Environment is singing another tune. Finance is saying something completely different. We have Bank of Agriculture, we have Bank of Industry. And I've been in the same room with these two banks. They don't seem to understand each other. Because as far as I'm concerned, BANK is bank. We should be able to speak almost the same language, irrespective of the arm of where we're coming from. So it still comes down to us coming together to sit down to say, oh, I am not a director from Ministry of Finance. I don't want to know what they are doing. I am not from environment. I don't want to know what they are doing. We are all together in this business. And when we go for, meetings or chats, especially outside our climb, we hear the others and we know that we are 10 steps backwards. So what are we saying? Let us find a way to bring ourselves closer and get to, because it's the same language we are speaking. How do we move ourselves forward?
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, ma'am. So now we are talking about in financing and harmonizing, funds to achieve one common goal. So that takes me to thinking about what are these innovative ways that we can, achieve sustainable financing and make sure that the government of Nigeria takes ownership and be able to sustain financing of environmental sustainability here in Nigeria, as well as enforcement and policy implementation. Madam Operachizoba, I'm coming to you with that question.
Thank you very much. My colleagues have actually mentioned quite a number of them. In fact, the last speaker also talked about the green fund, the green bonds, which actually, like she is saying, how can we, get into harnessing these opportunities? Now, when we look at alternative financing, the different forms of finance, we're looking at the carbon credits. Carbon credits, a lot of organizations are already benefiting from that. So we actually need to allow that particular action to see how that can work. Then again, we know that government cannot do it alone. We're looking at private sector participation. Now, bringing in the private sector is quite key. One, beyond the infrastructural development, we're also looking at the fact that there is no private sector that will put in his money and would not take care of what he has put in. And now I'm going to cite an example with what is happening around the toilet construction within the FCT, because I remember just barely 2 years ago, where the FCT administration actually went into signing MOU with private sector where they work, to ensure that they put up these toilets and they manage it within a range of time. That is also quite key because you actually also see that they are now going to work to ensure that they take care of these activities or these investments that they have actually also put in. Then the other one also is also community participation. Now, for community participation, we actually see that when communities are involved, then they actually also work to ensure enforcement. What do I mean by that? I'm also going to cite an example again with the Clean Nigeria campaign, because Jigawa State today is one state that is open defecation free. Now, how did they achieve that? Now, there was one thing that was key with one of the local government, which is that local government. And what did the emir do? He said, any of my chiefs, if you don't get it right and any of these communities, this state does not become open defecation free, I will dethrone the chief. Believe you me, he did. He dethroned one of the chiefs and everybody sat up. And today, we have that local government as one of the local governments that is open defecation free. And that has also led a whole lot of others, to key into that and then ensure that they do that. So it is also something that once the community is involved, they take responsibility, they take ownership, and then you see that they drive it. Even the open defecation we're talking, there are some communities that have taken it upon themselves. I have seen in communities where they say, if you don't have a toilet, we seize your cooking plate. You cannot be eating and then you are defecating outside. So again, you see that these are examples that are out there. And then once you support that, you actually see that a whole lot is happening within, that space. And then we're also looking at, my colleague also talked about, the multi-sectoral, platforms where we sit together as private sector, as CSOs, and a whole lot of others coming together, sitting and then having a one platform, one conversation to ensure that we take it to the next level. And one thing is certain, enforcement can only succeed when the citizens do not see it as a government regulation, but that they see it as a joint investment. You see that we work collectively to achieve that which looks impossible. And I'll just round it up again by talking about just one thing that I saw. We're in a fuel queue, and this young man was just chewing this granite, and he was just dropping it out. And I just walked up and said, please, sir, stop that. He said, sorry, ma. But many of us would say, let me not go and talk to him. We are all involved. We are all supposed to take care of the environment. So where you see it happen, speak out. Talk to the person. They don't even know where you're coming from. And the last one also, I went to a filling station, and believe you me, I was pressed. I said, can I use your toilet? And the person said, I better go back. I said, no. I said, I need to see your toilet or we close this place. Meanwhile, I don't get anything. This man complied and he obeyed. Believe you me, he called the manager. Manager, I don't know who this woman is. And they said, madam, we get toilet. Do you know they have a toilet? But they will tell us to go to the back and we will agree. So the thing is, the environment is our own. We all must work together to see that we take care of our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. That was very insightful. That was very insightful. So we are talking about inclusivity in the value chain, and we are also talking about government enforcement, making it inclusive and getting all the citizens involved in policy making and enforcement. So now I want to come back to you, Mr. Raf, to talk about education and communication. We have seen a lot of gap in the system. We have seen a lot of gap in policy. How many youth organizations were involved in the policy making? How many communities were involved when the Federal Ministry of Environment or the agencies that are involved making the policies and all that? How many community women were on table, people from different CSOs? How can we bring all these people together to make sure that we close up these gaps and also ensure that institutions live up to the expectation of monitoring and ensuring compliance, and also that the data speaks to all the implementation that diverse organizations are handling here in the country?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Yes, there is that pool of all stakeholders together for the purposes of environmental sustainability. Talking from NESRIA, we used to have National Stakeholders Forum. And this National Stakeholders Forum brought all stakeholders together, people from the industry, the regulated community, and all the regulators, the CBOs, even the faith-based organizations, so that they can go to their religious houses and still continue to relay this information on how to protect the environment. And that is not all. We also used to have what was called the National Regulatory Dialogue. In this case, the regulators, various regulators across the board in the federal structure, and also the tiers of government, state government, local government, they come together and they say, okay, this devolves to the local government, this devolves to the state government, and this one to the federal government, and the enforcement agency, as established by Act of Parliament, be it next year, we now enforce all these laws, all the policies. The policies are there, they are known. This regulatory dialogue is a pool to bring everybody together, bring everybody on board, devolve along the tiers of government, state, federal, and local government. And even in the federal government, you now say, okay, this is an issue of enforcement, this is an issue of policy making, this is an issue of implementation, especially for things like if you have cases where you have a matter like erosion sites. Then the Federal Ministry of Environment, they have various departments there, 5 or 6 of them. They are the technical departments. They work to solve those environmental issues. Where it borders on enforcement, there is an agency for it. Where it is specific, like oil and gas, there is. So all these things are put together to solve the problems of environment in their various forms and in their various places.
Okay.
What we now have is implementation, and that is where we have issue of enforcement. Here, funding has been raised, and it is very, very critical because for all of these things to be effective, there is a need for facilitation. For the enforcement agencies to have all the equipment, all the capacity, all the reach that they need to do to meet every situation on the spot at any point in time.
Yeah.
We also want to talk about the issue of the judiciary. And it is very important here. There is a provision in the NESRIA Act for expeditious dispensation of environmental issues. I have never seen it, operationalized. So this synergy, all of us being in the same room, one platform, one conversation, the judiciary is also part of the governance, so that they can now say, okay, this is a matter that should be treated expeditiously. It is not the type that you have to say adjourned, while matters are worsening. So that if it is treated as it is provided in the Act, there wouldn't be issue. It would be like our sister has said there. The traditional institution is saying, we remove your stool, we dethrone you from your stool. So there is that fear. If it can also happen in all other stratas, the judiciary, I am mentioning judiciary here. I am also mentioning the issue of financing, ecological fund. A lot of it should be channeled towards real environmental issues.
Yeah.
So that with that, we can have ways forward. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. So let's take questions from the audience. I don't know, we have limited time here, so let's take 1 or 2 questions from the audience and their contributions. Okay, you can come up.
So, to all our presenters, I'm Sanitarian Ililadewa Adedamola from HELRECON, Environmental Health Councils of Nigeria. Sir, Ma, my questions goes to the final the panelists. Ma, I want to narrow my questions on open defecation that you just made mention. Ma, in Abuja here, FCT precisely, not stuck on the whole 36 states. Sir, Ma, I'm so highly excited that we have World Health Organizations and other agencies that's saddling with those responsibility. Ma, sir, please, on the issues of open dedication in Nigeria, may I say Nigerian especially, we are still lacking behind. We are so lacking behind. If you go into Abuja central area, most of areas in Abuja here, they are still practicing open dedication. They are still practicing open education, and if you go around, you will see there are some inimical odor, obnoxious odor. So if Abuja, FCT, Abuja here, where we are the one implementing, making policy, please, ma, I would like all these agencies, all these international agencies, WHO and other, to please take into. Then another question on grants. How can we, some of us here, I know we have some things to pitch. We have some innovations and ideas.
Okay.
Please, ma, how can we access these grants from this small scale small scale business that we are into? I'm an environmentalist, precisely. So please, we have some innovative. How can we access these grants? What are the procedures? Thank you so much, ma.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's give the second person. I want us to balance the gender here. So the next microphone should go to the lady. But before then, let us remember that there are people who are following us online, and we also want to give them opportunity to ask questions. Okay, so let's take your question, and then we go online and pick participants there.
Okay, I want to thank you, everyone, the facilitators and the organizers of this event. My name is Dr. Gerald. I just want to say we talk about collaboration.
You can be a little bit more audible.
Okay, I can say that the area of collaboration, which we will emphasize in this event, is really lacking. And it looks like, when it comes to other sectors, when it comes to environment, like Madam said, we should be able to become a bit selfless. This event we're organizing, if we look inwardly, you will see that this sort of event has been organized in the past and currently ongoing. But why do we want to make, I see us look for visibility to just go out very big, but not emphasize on ongoing projects in the grassroots. For instance, we have the School Eco Club, established since 2020. Ministry of Environment have refused, I can state it here, to support it. We have another one, School Eco Affairs, a radio program localized. Go to Ministry of Environment, they are not interested. So when you see interest, not much with talking about collaboration. So at the end of the day, I feel why money finance is an issue, I feel that relevant agencies have refused to collaborate. They just say it for words.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take a question from our online audience. Are they ready? Okay. I need to read the question. Okay. So I need to stand up. So our question from our audience, no name, is asking us, speaking on uniting to achieve environmental goal, what is the relationship between Ministry of Environment and NESRIA? Okay, and that is still talking about collaboration and synergy. Let's take your question, ma'am. So where's the microphone, please? Let's take this question. I think this should be the last question so that we can go into another session. We have multiple sessions for today.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask this question. What is the missing link between policy formulation and effective implementation in Nigeria? I think this is critical
Are you asking me? You want me to answer?
I'm asking you.
I think I would love to answer that.
What's the missing link? How can we coordinate? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so please, can we, were you taking note of the questions? Were you taking note of the question? Would you want to address one or two of them? There was nothing I took note of. At least I saw Federal Ministry of Environment and Israel. And there was a question about what's the relationship. Federal Ministry of Environment is the apex body for environment in Nigeria. We're all aware of the governance system in the environment sector. According to the Constitution, Federal Ministry of Environment has agencies under it, and NESRA is one of the agencies under the Federal Ministry of Environment. Is the enforcement and regulatory agency under the Ministry of Environment. So the Ministry of Environment is the policy-making arm, and we make policies, we set standards, and NESRA goes out to enforce some of those standards. And so when we're talking about the issue of compliance, issues around people complying to set standard, NESRA goes to actually go door to door to enforce. What's the relationship between the ministry? There's a monitoring and coordination with NESRA on all of the activities that they carry out. And I believe in the past, we had some kind of relationship issues because, the ministry came from the old FEPA, and the NESRA came after, and there was some role conflicts. But those are issues that are over time being addressed, and I think we have moved way beyond where we used to be. So that's where we are now. And then he said that somebody said about eco clubs in schools. I think there's a disconnect because innovators, NGOs are expected to reach out. So when we're talking about collaboration, it's not just the government that will look for you. You would also have to reach out to pitch what you are doing. The Ministry of Environment is working with the Office of the First Lady to establish environmental clubs and environmental clubs in Nigeria. And so that's also all over the country. And we started the club, we already established in 12 institutions in Abuja. And all the states are also taking cue. We're launching in Jigawa by the end of the month. We have launched in Akwa Ibom, and I think it's Anambra. So the problem is about synergy, is about identifying who is doing what and coming together to achieve more. So when you reach out and we know what you're doing, we have been collaborating with a lot of organizations. And so it's just about you reaching out to us. Thank you very much. So you've heard that from the Federal Ministry of Environment. Okay.
Isolate. When they want convenience, they come to you. When this club was established 2020, Ministry of Environment was involved, was invited. They came, launched it. But once they want to go into activity that maybe attracts 1 or 2 visibility money, they just, go on their own. So, madam,
okay, so I think we can continue the conversation outside here that we can see how we talk more with you and then handle some of those. So you can also add.
Yeah, let me respond a bit to the question on the gap between policy and implementation.
Yes.
It is as clear as budgetary provision and implementation. When His Excellency the President raised the budget, everybody is happy that projects have been mentioned. This will be done. Then what now follows is for them to be done. And that is where action is. Action is empowerment. The empowerment is, apart from political will, there is also the financial muscle to be able to empower the actions, which in effect is called the implementation. So by the time the beautiful policies come out, Everybody is happy and ready. We here are all ready. All the personnel have the capacity to move in and work. But when they need the resources to begin to move into the field, it won't be at the same pace with which the policies have been developed. Right here, we have spoken quite a bit of what should be done. But out there, we need resources to begin to do it. And if it is not immediately available, then it appears that there is lackadaisical action taken. So that is just what it means. But we pray more for political will, for the importance, the whole essence, the emergency of environmental protection to be out there and take principal share in government's budgetary implementation. And when that happens, you will see that the gap between policy and implementation will be narrowed as much as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So you want to address the issue of WASH. I think he's mentioning WASH. So
yes, thank you very much. Yeah, you talked about the FCT, but there's something I will also let you know that ending open defecation, in fact, that campaign started as far back as 2019, but we need the sub-national government, the right political will from that level for it to happen. What do I mean by that? When this campaign started, I remember when the advocacies were carried out, and Jigawa and Katsina were standing out to say, Jigawa said, I'm going to be the first state. The two governors were talking, and Katsina State said, no, we're going to be the first. But in 2022, Jigawa was declared open defecation free, and then by last year, 2024, November, Katsina came up. As I speak to you now, Kano State is coming up, Bauchi State is coming up. Who is taking the lead? It is the government at that level. We talked about community participation, but we cannot do it from the federal. I can't be monitoring what is happening at the grassroots. But I tell you that once we have the right political will, we will get it out.
Yes.
Ending open defecation can be done, but we need the right political will for us to thrive and then ensure that we end open defecation. Today we have 2030. I think it's doable.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I've been signaled that there's another question online. We want to balance the participation. We have Oluwaseun Oladepo, and he's asking, how do we make those who are at the local government and state level feel that they are not left behind? Most times we concentrate at the federal level. And that is what we are talking about, domesticating all policies and interventions at the local level. I think a lady asked a question here, what have we identified as a gap between policy and government? We're going to come to that question. But I'll give you 1 minute to address this. Thank you.
It is clear what needs to be done. And we have commissioners seated here. The Federal Ministry of Environment is there. There should be a rapport between the commissioners and the Federal Ministry, not a, because usually what we see, this person is working in isolation, that one is working. So if those policies, when they come out and you trickle it down to the states, you find out that the enforcement are, in tandem. Not when the Federal Ministry of Environment is bringing up a policy. I can tell you there's a policy that is out. I know about 6 states, they've not heard about the policy, they're not aware, they've never been part of it. And then if they were carried along during the teaching stage, you will find out that they are in the know, they go back, they put it up and it's workable. But when we are working in isolation, usually, just like Doctor said, the political will and everything about it needs to be stepped down a bit. Let the professionals or the people that matter come in and see what we can bring out of the situation.
Okay, thank you very much. You want to add more? There's a lot to talk about today. So, but we are working with time, and then I've been signaled that our time is almost up. But I would like someone to address this question because it's very important and pertinent. What is that gap
that we are seeing between policy and governance. Okay? So, Mr. Ralph, you want to talk about it, or sir, you want to address? Okay, so let's give him audience so that he can. He said it already, so he has already addressed it. Also, but you can add your voice to that so that we can round up and give the next panelist the stage to take over. Thank you.
Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, coming at the time I did, I must have missed quite a huge chunk of the information that we need to carry on with this campaign. But that is a question that I find myself unable to resist or intervene, the question of gap between policy and action. Policies are mere frameworks propounded or proposed by government or government agencies for the regulation of certain conduct or action, but it has no teeth to bite. No policy, no matter how altruistic, has a capacity to sanction anybody. What does is legislative framework. So that is part of our problems. We have a multiplicity of policies that you can't enforce. So policy is a step, or in fact a notch lower than action. And action is legislative action. So if you take the campaign to the churches and the mosque, and we're announcing and preaching against open defecation, whoever openly, brazenly, and shamelessly exposes himself to that upward method of responding to nature cannot be punished. At most, you may shame him, drag him around. And in Nigeria, sadly enough, Nigeria is the only place on the face of the earth where somebody is committing a crime and is challenging you, meet me in court. Meet me in court. And the East Africans have a joke about it, that when a Nigerian tells you, meet me in court, go there. If you don't see his brother, you will see his in-law. You will see his family member as a judge. So we need to learn how to graduate policies, no matter how very exciting they may be, to the level of legislative action. A lot of things are pending before our National Assembly. That is why up to today, and I feel very strong about this, that my fear is that if care is not taken, all the campaign by our women who have excelled in the careers, in professions, in the sciences, in technology, in areas even much dreaded by men now, they are still taking the back seat because some persons are comfortable with the status quo. And that is because we are still playing games with words. Oh, this is affirmative action. What is what of an affirmative action if it's not backed up by a law that you can enforce? You can talk about affirmative action from the China, Beijing rule and all of that. If it is not domesticated by a law that you can enforce here, it goes to nothing at all. So my synopsis will be this. Whatever the issue is that has anything to do with the environment, you need enforcement. I'll give you just one example of daredevil courage against a humongous Asian company, an Indian company in Port Harcourt, dumped almost like cocoa, toxic waste. But this one, we call it toxic fish. Thousands of tons of decomposed fishes were uploaded from an oil sea vessel, and they started evacuating it into streams and the ponds where poor, helpless, starved Nigerians began to see this as a kind of manna. They were feasting on it, and it was a Sunday. And I was in the church. I was then the permanent secretary, Minister of Environment. And Honorable Okechinda was the commissioner for environment. So the information got to him. Right in the church. I said, I will come out of the church. So we went to the site. An Indian company had dumped that gift of death to the natives, and they were scooping it with buckets, all kinds of containers. And I got there, coming from church. I got the commissioner of police. I said, please, let me have a trooper of 6 armed policemen. You know what happened? Before I got to the Indian company, I'm ending up.
Yes.
The man had got the guts to even call the DPO near to him. And the DPO arrived there before me. So I told him, are you the DPO for this Indian company to pollute this place? I'm here with a trooper from the commissioner of police, so you better send your DPO away. Yeah. And we were able to seal up the premises, arrested the Indian principal officer, and we pressed charges because under the criminal code of Rivers State, there is offenses bordering on depositing of waste.
Yeah. Okay.
We are using not policy now, but legislative action.
Yes.
Of course, before the following day, Monday, the Indian High Commission had started making calls, begging, they are ready to settle.
Yeah.
This is one out of many examples that some of you here have.
Yes.
How action, not policy, changes a society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. So these are the practical examples, and then our time is up here. But before we go, I would like us to summarize our conversation. So we said that the policies are good. Nigeria has good policies, and we have done beautifully well in designing the framework for environmental sustainability and climate change actions. But what we need and what we are not seeing is operational will that governs, that the government and the citizens, especially citizens at the grassroots, should carry out. So we are saying that the government should be intentional and prioritize some of these actions and then take the will, to, implement and enforce. And so we're also saying that enforcement is key to attaining the global target of 2030. But most importantly, I would like to say that communication is also the oil that greases the wheel, that drives forces that help people to understand first, the citizens. They need to be educated, they need to be communicated to understand the importance of climate change in our environment and how we can all come together and achieve sustainable environment. And then also to understand our needs and identify the gaps and drive action. So on this note, my name is Stella Ijoma Ona. I work with the Nigerian Television Authority, the largest TV network in Africa, and as as the moderator of this session, I am a media and a communications person. I know how important it is to speak to the people in the language that they understand. And I have also seen the power of the media in driving change and changing the narrative and setting the agenda for the country when it comes to climate change and environmental sustainability. So thank you for staying with us, and then we hope you continue to join us for the next session. Thank you very much, and thank you, my panelists, for being very insightful to deliver on this topic. Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. You just stay on the stage. The ES, the WHO rep, and the UN Population Fund, please step forward and join them on stage for a group photograph. Can we give these panelists a warm round of applause? They have done amazingly well. Thank you so, so much. You've done justice to the presentation. We want to appreciate our online participants. Quite a good number of persons are online. Are we able to get Professor Izimori?
Professor Izimori is on the call.
Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a wrap-up of this session, I will hear from Professor Izimori in the next 1 minute to give us his goodwill message and his thoughts on this just concluded panel session. Prof, you have the floor. Prof is the president of international president of the Safety Institute.
I will help you out.
Thank you so much. So, Prof, in 2 minutes, let's hear from you.
Good afternoon, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu. I am the president of the Institute of Environmental Practitioners of Nigeria. And here I come on that banner to speak on this very important summit. I'm really delighted and honored to be invited to this Nigerian Environmental Summit Group 2026 with the theme Unlocking Nigeria's Green Economy, Driving Climate Action, and Environmental Governance. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this summit for inviting me to give a goodwill message. I appreciate this virtual opportunity. The significance of the theme doesn't need any explanation anymore. It is very apt and very timely too. I congratulate the Nigerian Environment Summit Group, the Nigerian Environmental Society, the Federal Ministry of Environment, and all international partners that have successfully convened this summit. This summit is a reflection of the significance of partnership and the power of collaboration in furthering the advancement of environmental sustainability, addressing climate action, promoting green economy development, and environmental governance in Nigeria. I would like to share my thoughts around strengthening professionalism through partnership. As Nigeria's foremost professional body, environmental practitioners established by the Act of Parliament of number 41, IPL remains committed to promoting standards, certification, and capacity development within the sector. Of course, it is with a vision to being a leading authority in environmental practice in Nigeria and the mission to promote environmental stewardship. IPM, which I represent, is propelled by its core values of sustainability, integrity, collaboration, innovation, advocacy, professionalism, respect for diversity, and transparency. Accordingly, we look forward to deepening our collaboration with the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, government agencies, academia, international bodies, and private sector, all with a bid to strengthen environmental governance expand environmental professionals, and build a skilled workforce for Nigeria's sustainable environment. As a parting shot, I want to postulate that this summit has every potential to unlock in Nigerian green economy, driving climate action and environmental governance, all through environmental stewardship. This is bearing in mind that environmental stewardship is an ethical responsibility for all, triggered by custodianship, accountability, and innovation. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I maintain that IEPN remains the professional backbone for environmental stewardship, determined to setting standards, upholding standards, certifying experts, and advocating evidence-based decisions. Let me leave you with this. Stewardship is not about what we inherit from our ancestors, but what we bequeath to our children. Accordingly, unlocking Nigerian green economy will drive development, create green jobs, attract investment, promote renewable energy and circular energy alike. I wish you all successful deliberation and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, time is fast spent. We'll just take a few goodwill messages, and after that, we'll take the last session of panel discussion, and that will bring us to the end of today's session of the summit. I'll give each of the speakers 3 minutes each to give their goodwill messages. Let me invite representative from WHO, Dr. Mya, to please step forward and give a goodwill message for and on behalf of the World Health Organization. Please, let's celebrate her as she comes on stage.
Honorable ministers and then distinguished member, the partner from development partners, the society, CSO, and the industry, the private sector, and the youth leader, and our UN colleagues and partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Mia. I am a team lead for health promotion, disease prevention and control in WHO Nigeria. I brought the warm greeting from our WHO representative, Dr. Bava. He is, due to the conflict of schedule, he is not able to join this important occasion. So in fact, this is our very privilege to join this important summit this year in Abuja. The theme is also very timely and strategic. So many speakers have spoken, and then many people has highlighted the importance of the environment and then green economy. So everyone has point to say. And then we also would like to emphasize on the health aspect as we come from the World Health Organization. Everyone understands that how much important it is, but we would like to emphasize on it. If you look at the strategy, the national statistic, And there was also assessment in 2024. It's also mentioned that 21% of the country disease burden is come from climate change. So there are many representatives from different sector. Everyone raised their different point of view. But if you look at from the overview, just like me, if you looking at the higher level, everyone is connected. The health outcome, usually we are responding one in each disease. That's also very much linked to the climate change. And then how we can do it. So we also would like to emphasize on putting health, the placing health at the center of climate and environmental decision, and then how we can do it. Everyone has said that. I would like to reiterate that the innovative financing, the collaborative strategic partnership, then we can go for it. And we would also need the approach of the whole of society, and then One Health approach. There will also be a panel session that we can also elaborate on it. So that can also help that's the green economy and then clean energy that can also create a lot of job opportunities. That's also help the national economy. So everyone is connected. In this occasion, WHO also commend the Nigeria leadership. This is very important, the leadership, the commitment. We truly appreciate that to make this happen. And then also taking the health aspect in the national policy and strengthening the climate resilient health system. So let us unlock the full potential of the Nigeria green economy and create the healthier people. So one platform and one conversation, we all support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you for the commitment to this project of one platform, one conversation. Please, let's celebrate her. WHO has been an amazing partner in this project. Next, let me invite, also let me thank you for being timely, for being time conscious. I want to thank you so much. Yes, next, let me invite Mariam Mohammed, Head of Business Enablement, Alternative Bank. In 3 minutes, let's get your goodwill message. Please celebrate her. The United Nations Population Fund should get ready immediately after Alternative Bank. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to take advantage of established protocol and jump right in. My name is Mariam Mohammed, and I am representing the Managing Director of the Alternative Bank, who sends his regrets for being unavoidably absent and his warmest regards. On behalf of the board and management of the Alternative Bank, I extend our sincere appreciation to NESG and its partners for convening this important gathering. The theme of this summit is both timely and urgent. Climate change, environmental degradation, and energy transition challenges are deeply interconnected, and they require bold partnerships and coordinated approaches across various sectors. At the Alternative Bank, we believe finance must serve a greater purpose. Our commitment to sustainability goes beyond words and is reflected in the practical interventions that create measurable impact. Through Waste Bank, our innovative recycling initiative, we are transforming waste into value by promoting recycling and community participation. Through our Matazala initiative, we are empowering women with electric tricycles and clean mobility solutions, demonstrating that environmental sustainability and economic inclusion can advance together. We have also mobilized communities through our Alt Walk for Zero Plastic campaign. We have strengthened environmental awareness through media training and youth engagements. we have partnered with the Federal Ministry of Education on the National Tree Planting Initiative. These efforts reflect our conviction that financial institutions must do more. They must do more than provide just capital. We must help shape solutions that protect our planet and empower our communities so we can leave a legacy for future generations. As we deliberate today, may we move beyond conversations to meaningful collaborations and decisive action. Through one platform, one conversation, policymakers, the academia, financiers, development partners, the media, our youth, as well as the private sector players can come together to build a future where progress protects the planet and prosperity is shared responsibly. I'd like to thank NESG again for bringing us all together. I personally have been truly inspired, and I wish us all a productive and impactful summit. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, the Alternative Bank. Thank you for your impactful projects as regards tree planting education, and the issue of recycling, encouraging recycling. That's the way to go. You are a worthy partner. Thank you so much. Please, let's celebrate the Alternative Bank. Thank you so much. Next, I will invite to please step forward Muriel Mafiko, who is the United Nations Population Fund resident representative for Nigeria, the UN Sexual and Reproductive Health Arm. Ma'am, please step forward and let's get your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join One Platform, One Conversation. It is a pleasure and really an honor for UNFPA to partner with you for this important conversation. I want to start by acknowledging and also adopting the protocol that has already been established. It is an honor for UNFPA to be here. And for us, this is not just a conversation. For us, this is a consequential dialogue, a dialogue that is about people. It is not about concepts, it's about people, it's about the one planet that we have to share. Allow me to therefore commend the organizers of this event, which is rapidly becoming a premier Nigeria event, a platform that is solution-oriented, a platform that is action-oriented, a platform that is focused on transformation at the human level. This is an important forum. Climate change is no longer a distant environmental concern. We had the practical examples from Jigawa, from Kano, and I think other states, and indeed we see it around us. Environmental crisis is an area. We're also coming with a commitment to continue supporting your efforts. So, thank you. So for UNFPA, we see 4 strategic areas, and I'll run through them. The first one is that we need to strengthen climate-resilient health systems that can continue to deliver essential services even during climate emergencies. The second commitment, and we'll work together with you on this, is to invest in preparedness and response. We have to invest in preparedness because we know the inevitability of emergencies, climate-related crises. The third one, we need to be evidence-based. We need to use data. And therefore, investing in data, investing in early warning, and investing in community systems is going to be the way to go. The last area where we want to work with you is young people. And I have met Nigerian young people. One comes to mind right now. He came up together with his colleagues with a biodegradable sanitary pad, something that is environmentally friendly. Young people are part of this solution. Let's give them space. Let's create space for them. Let us fund their innovations, which can really begin to answer some of the challenges that we have. So lastly, let me take the opportunity to seize the moment to ensure that climate policies and legislation are implemented. Implementation is key. Let us invest in systems that protect lives, because what we are talking about are not abstract concepts. They are ultimately about human-related concepts. On behalf of UNFPA, I wish the Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026 all the success, and we look forward to transformative partnership working together with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, let's celebrate her. I am deeply, deeply touched by the insightful remarks from UNFPA. Thank you for your commitment and your willingness to work with the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group to actualize the reason why we're gathered here. Thank you so much. Next, I will take a 1-minute video from the UN country resident coordinator for Nigeria, who is unavoidably absent, and he has sent a goodwill message via video, and it will be on air. ICT, are we ready? Thank you.
Today, our planet is speaking. It speaks through rising temperature, through drying river, through flooded community, through forests under pressure, and biodiversity in decline. The signals are everywhere, and as the United Nations Secretary General reminds us, every fraction of degree brings greater harm, especially to the most vulnerable. But this is not a message of despair. This is a call to action. Across the world, and here in Nigeria, another signal is rising, a signal of hope. Solar panel capturing the sun, young people driving innovation, community restoring nature, business investing in greener solution, farmer adapting to changing climate. These are signals of possibility. Nigeria stands at a defining moment, a moment to accelerate climate action, to expand clean energy, to protect forests, land and water, to build resilient community, and to create green jobs and opportunity for future generation. The choice we make today will shape the future we leave behind. Climate action is not a burden. It is an investment in health, an investment in prosperity, an investment in peace. This World Environment Day, let us listen to the signal around us, and let us send a stronger signal back, a signal of courage, a signal of leadership, a signal that Nigeria is ready to act. The moment is now. The responsibility is ours. The future is in our hand. Now for climate. Thank you.
Please clap. Brief but very insightful. Thank you so much, the country representative for UN, Mohammed Fall, for your wonderful, wonderful remarks, putting flesh to why we're gathered here. Thank you so much. I will invite to give a goodwill message If we can do it less than 3 minutes, beautiful. I will appreciate. Let me invite a former head of the Civil Service of Rivers State, currently a federal commissioner with the Federal Civil Service Commission, a legal practitioner. I think it was once a Solicitor General, I think so, of the state, of Rivers State. Yes, a former Solicitor General of Rivers State. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to please step forward Rufus Godwins, Esquire, to please step forward and give us a goodwill message. Please celebrate him, former head of service of the Rivers State, currently Federal Commissioner of the Civil Service Commission. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, my brother Yanayo. Your Excellencies, distinguished resource persons, ladies and gentlemen, how time flies. From a journey of 1972 in Stockholm, and I don't want to jump to 1992 in Rio. I would rather take a look back at our backyard. 1988 in Cocoa and 1992 in Rio. Of course, not forgetting the last COP, Conference of Parties in Brazil last November, and we are looking forward to COP 2031 in Turkey and Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's much easier to be involved in receiving flowers and confettis for something that you and maybe some other persons have joined to do. But it's a much difficult task when you, with very little benefit of age, by which I mean in the African sense, you have to be of a certain age before people can even listen to you. In that climb, the organizers of this event, my brother Edwin Isotu, and some of those who are with him, will not even be given a chance. But that is the new generation, the generation of dreamers and visionaries. In that generation, age is not a barrier. And that is why I feel humbled to be invited to witness this epoch event, and indeed the very first of the summit that we are having on this platform. So how did we get to where we are today? As you walk in here, as I did, the first feeling you have is the ambience of this venue. I love the predominantly green background, the drip. And again, I see that most of the ladies are in green, either green gowns, green skirts, and the green headgears. It speaks to the reality of the times in which we are in now. Take your mind back to 1988. If 1988 never happened, Nigeria would probably not be where we are today. Because it was 1988 that opened our eyes to the danger of interconnectivity in movement, that an Italian businessman will come with tons of shiploads of toxic waste and negotiated with a poor, helpless local. I'll pay you $100 for a month. That was what was negotiated. $100 a month. Allow me to deposit this substances here. And the man was too excited, too enthused to receive a generous payment of $100 for a month. And within that month, a whole lot of affliction, plagues have visited the community. The water is polluted. The air is polluted. Their skin are already suffering affliction from skin-related diseases. by one simple innocuous transaction on the part of the illiterate, hapless fisherman, too happy to receive $100. And as I speak with you now, because of our apathy towards doing things right, the story of cocoa has not been finally heard. What have we done? Did we do remediation? If you watch the remediation that was carried out at El Valdez during the spill on Alaska, I think that was about 1992 or 1991, about. Everything was evacuated, including birds, different species, and the entire ecosystem remediated. I didn't hear that the residents of cocoa were evacuated to anywhere. They were there. And it took Nigerian students, young people again, and I salute the youth of the likes of Edwin Isotu, who with the benefit of education and sheer willpower to think, look at Italy and found out that they did something wrong in Nigeria and came back to inform Nigerians. The Nigerian government, the Nigerian civil society groups, nobody had an idea that debt had been dumped in one of our Delta communities called Cocoa. Until today, the spirit of death or the shadow of death still walks through that community till now because of different kinds of skin diseases, carcinogenous afflictions. And the government, either at the state level or at any level whatsoever, has never embarked on any intentional, deliberate investigation and inquiry, let alone talk of compensation. No compensation was paid to Cocoa. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I take you back here is in line with the African adage. If you don't know where the rain began to beat you, you're not likely to know where your body get dry. We need to know where we started. But Cocoa had something good for us. Without Cocoa, we wouldn't be talking of NESRA or NOSDRA. We won't be talking of Federal Ministry of Environment. Federal Ministry of Environment was established as the aftermath of Cocoa. And one of the most remarkable international conventions, the Basel Treaty, came 2 years after Cocoa. In fact, a year after Cocoa, 1989, the Basel Convention that prohibits the transboundary movement of hazardous substances on the sea or in the air, because the world took a cue from what happened at the backyard of a Delta village in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, after you have listened to eminent resource persons and goodwill speakers and keynote addresses, the best I can do is what I'm just doing now. Just join you in the queue to commend the wisdom, initiative, and the interest of the organizers of this program to take it to the city of Abuja, a city that is redrawing not only our map, but the story of our lifestyles and livelihoods. Abuja is where everybody is now. So if we get it right in Abuja, showing the gospel of appropriate environmental etiquette and governance, we are likely to get it right in all the other parts of the country, especially as we are now on the eve of an election for 2027. Environmental campaign should be also part of the campaign for 2027. That we need to have it right. We do not need anybody to tell us against open defecation. It is shameful. It is scandalous. It is unbelievable. And ironically enough, even at the global level, there is no treaty yet. There's no treaty yet that is enforceable. So which means it's simply appealing to one another to do the right thing. So for myself and all my friends who stand shoulder high with Edwin Isotu and Yanayo and a few of our young friends here, I want to particularly salute you for this initiative. But I want to warn, let it not be like another of Nigeria's dream. We usually start like a conflagrating flame, and before you know it, there is an extinguishing. It's extinguished. So ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate the National Environmental Summit Group and all the stakeholders who are part of this audience. Thank you and congratulations. Hopefully, we should all see at COP 2031 in Turkey and Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for your words of encouragement. We want to believe that we have started. We will take it to a logical conclusion. You've spoken like the senior brother that you've always been to all of us, or to some of us. Thank you so much. We deeply appreciate your presence in this conversation and all your inputs. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the last goodwill message and we'll go into also our last panel session for today, which will be Climate Health and One Health, Building Resilient Communities. Hosting chair and co-hosts are WHO, UNFPA, and African CDC. That will be the last for today. Tomorrow we'll start in earnest. As early as 9 a.m. we'll commence. Please come with your handband that has been given to you. That will mean your tickets to entering the hall. So please come with it. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to speak to us for 2 minutes to tell us how this campaign has been. In fact, this person has been amazing, accepting to carry out this campaign on our behalf all over Nigeria and beyond. It is my honor and privilege to invite, let's honor her, as she has accepted to be the Green Ambassador for the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, one of Nollywood's finest, amazing actress, wonderful lady. Please join me as I welcome our Green Ambassador, Ambassador Matilda Lambert. Thank you so much. Please, let's encourage her. Let's encourage her. Let's encourage her.
Distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, I stand on all existing protocols. Time has been fast spent already, so we do not have much to say. My name is Matilda Lambert. I'm an actor, a filmmaker, the president and founder of Tilda Goes Green Foundation. I'm also the Nigerian ambassador to Hollywood and African prestigious awards in Los Angeles, California. Today, I am very excited, and it's such a great honor to be here, standing before you as the official Green Economy Ambassador of the Nigerian Environmental Summit 2026-2027. Thank you so much for this great honor. Because of time, I will be very fast. As Green Economy Ambassador, I pledge to use my voice, my platform, my creativity, and my influence to inspire environmental consciousness, promote sustainable development, encourage environmental responsibilities, resource management, and mobilize greater participation in building a resilient green economy. I believe sustainability is not solely the responsibility of government, organizations, or NGOs. It is a shared responsibility. The environment belongs to each and every one of us. And in as much as you're living on this planet Earth, then it is your responsibility to protect the environment. As the Greek philosopher Socrates said, he said the secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Today, let us commit ourselves to building the new future, a future that is greener, healthier, more sustainable, more inclusive, and even more prosperous for generations to come. We need to understand that our actions today determine what becomes tomorrow. It's okay to create awareness. It's okay to have policies. What about implementations? What about actions, which is what the panelists here actually discussed? I enjoyed every bit of that. And as the founder and president of Tilda Goes Green Foundation, an NGO that promotes environmental sustainability, climate action, youth development, and community inclusiveness, I must say it's such a blessing to be here today. Are you all blessed? Are you happy that you are here today? Great. All right, so I'll quickly just say, and above all, thank you for believing that together we can build a greener, healthier, and more sustainable Nigeria. God bless Nigeria Environmental Summit Group. God bless Nigerian Environmental Society. God bless every development partner that is here today supporting environmental responsibility. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We can do better. Let's give her a standing ovation, please. She has been so dedicated in this project. She has been amazing, reaching out to ensure that this project comes to fruition today. She has done so well, so well. Please, let's celebrate her. Thank you so much, Ms. Lambert, for all the good works that you have been doing and you will continue to do for the Nigerian Environmental Summit Group, and by extension, all regards to thought leaders in environmental matters. Thank you so much. At this point, I would invite, but before I invite Dr. Obiora, Dr. Raf, you said something during the panel session about the issue of judiciary. I want to say that judiciary is open to collaboration. I'm not speaking for them, but the much I know, NESRA can liaise with the National Judicial Institute for Judicial Education. The FCC is doing it. In the banking sector, it's being done, and so many other sectors. All you need to do is to liaise with the Judicial Institute, and judges all over the country will gather for that education that is needed for environmental sustainability. Thank you so much. Yes, I invite Dr. Obiora Okafor to please step forward and invite our speaker and the panelists. This session will last just 30 minutes. Just 30 minutes. Mr. Obiora, Dr. Obiora has told me that it will last just 30 minutes. So hopefully in the next, before 4 p.m., we are going to leave this place. Before, I didn't say 4 p.m., before. Thank you, Dr. Obiora.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have been limited to 20 minutes. I can see some eyes. I'll try to, as much as possible, make justice to that. So without wasting our time, I would like to call out my panelists for this session. For some of us that have the event for the day, you will see that there are quite a few changes, but I will just go along with what we have for the day. So our section is on One Health and One Climate, One Health. And for this section, I'll be inviting our first distinguished panelist, Dr. Zachariah Mohammed, the Director, Climate Change and Environmental Health, Federal Ministry of Health, who is ably represented by Dr. Jago Yohana Akolo, Please, Dr. Akolo. Please, the faster we clap for them, the faster they can come. I know that we have, you're welcome, Dr. Jagu. And next, from the Federal Capital Territory Authority, let's welcome Dr. Mrs. Teresa Wanchuku. Dr. Mrs. Teresa Wanchuku is the Director, Public Health Department. Is she here, please? Is she here? Okay, I thought as much. Okay, so moving on, let's make welcome to the Cluster Lead, Disease Prevention and Control, WHO Nigeria, Dr. Maya Gon. I hope I pronounced that very well. Please, let's clap. Let's welcome her. Okay, moving on very quickly. From the Department of Pollution Control and Environmental Health, Federal Ministry of Environment, please make welcome Mrs. Chika Opala. Is she here? Okay. Thank you very much. Keep clapping as they come. And last but not the least, to represent Dr. Mrs. Grace Odinola Iwendi, Director, Public Health and Pest Control, Federal Ministry of Agric and Food Security. We are inviting Ogundare Paul Oluwatosin to call, who is representing her. Okay. So thank you very much. We'll try as much as possible to limit our answers to just 3 minutes. It's going to be one question for each panelist, and then we'll take 2 or 3 questions from the audience, and then we hand over the mic back to the MC of the ceremony. Okay. So I will start with Dr. Jagu. How can Nigeria's sector integrate climate health investments into national health strategies to reduce vulnerability and strengthen community resilience?
All right, thank you very much. I want to start by saying the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, under the leadership of Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, has shown tremendous and demonstrated commitment in the implementation of COP26 health program commitment. This is conspicuous when in 2024, the health sector had a V&A, which is a vulnerability and adaptation assessment across facilities in the country. And these actually assess the vulnerability of those health facilities to extreme climate change events. Thereafter, in 2025, that was last year, we had the Health National Adaptation Plan. This Health National Adaptation Plan serves as a roadmap to drive climate change activities within the Federal Ministry of Health. The ministry also have the National Health Sector Blueprint, Pillar 4, which speaks directly to building climate resilient health system. So these are some of the key drivers in the Federal Ministry of Health that promote climate change activities. Now to talk about investment. We have leveraged into different active investment already in the Federal Ministry of Health. One of it is that the Federal Ministry of Health, in collaboration with NESt, is working closely to integrate the weather alert system into the DHNIS2. This will bring, we'll be able to link the weather alert system to real practical solution in addressing vulnerability of these climate change events to the health sector. It also is working together with LAFIA and other partners like the FCDO, with which we're able to produce the HNAP, and also we're stepping it down to states. Now we have the HSAP, that's the Health States Adaptation, which about 15 states now, it has been fully completed. And we are also working with them to ensure that we downscale it to cover other states that has not yet been captured. Recently also we have the HOPE PHC World Bank and SWAP initiative. This is also the federal government, the Federal Ministry of Health initiative that is bringing solarization, focusing at the health facilities. So most of our tertiary health facility will begin to have solar, run under solar system, and also upscaling our primary healthcare system to upgrade it to become climate change resilient. Okay, then there are other several programs that is currently the Federal Ministry of Health is doing. It also dipping deep into research and accountability. As I speak to you now, there's a concept note with DGI Consult to improve research work as it relates to climate change in the country. So we hope that with all this robust initiative the Federal Ministry of Health is currently embarking, it will keep us at the front burner to be able to respond positively to any adverse events that comes as a result of climate change issues here in Nigeria. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much for that, robust. Please, can we clap for him again? I was trying so much to keep up with your answers, but I think one key takeaway that I heard is climate change primary health care centers. Wow. Thank you very much for keeping to time too as well. The next question is for Dr. Maya. Yes. How is the WHO supporting Nigeria in building climate resilient health systems with emphasis on its effects on communicable and non-communicable disease? Because we are talking of One Health here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. And yeah, I also noticed that there's a lot of things happening, and then that's also very important for the disease impact. That's what we are also looking at. And then the first speaker already mentioned there are several health policy that's also already in place. And then another one is that the One Health, now we are talking about One Health. One Health is comprised of animal health. It's not only human health. Our technical agency, we look at individual health or people health, public health, but that's also a combination of everything. The animal health, human health, environment health is combined together. So how we are helping it is that principally that's what our mandate is, the working with the national government and the strategy, the policy, and the translation of policy to the diseases. So for our aspect is that the looking at the human health in the disease transmission among human, but that is also not enough. That's the implementation. We are also helping the advocacy, the high-level advocacy. Usually we also work with the different level of advocacy for the translation of policy to the implementation. That's also include all these communicable, non-communicable diseases. If you connect with each impact, the climate impact, and several diseases that are also linked. So this is from policy development to the implementation, advocacy, the community mobilization, implement the training material, especially we are also looking at the master trainer, the knowledgeable people at the central level. That's also, we also work with that so that they can transfer the knowledge down to the field and then helping the community resilient in helping reducing the transmission of diseases. Thank you.
Oh, that is wonderful. Please, let's give her a round of applause, please. My key takeaway is that WHO Nigeria acknowledges that there is policy, and their support is changing policy into implementation. That's wonderful. Thank you very much for that key insight. And my next question goes to Ms. Chika Opala. And my question, or our question to you, will be: what environmental governance reforms are needed to align climate health investments with pollution control and ecosystem protection for healthier communities?
Okay, thank you very much for this question and the opportunity to also be here to share with us. You know, the pollution problem, climate change issue, biodiversity loss, and public health issues are actually challenges, and they are interconnected. So we need integrated solution in order to do that. And one of the submissions we hear, and one of the, even from the presentation of Dr. Mutali, he kept on saying we have a lot of policies. If you go to NESra, you have a lot of regulations, we have a lot of strategic plans, 1 year, 5 years, and thereabouts. And these plans need to work. These policies need to be implemented. So first of all, we need to strengthen our environmental laws, pollution policies, enforce them, be accountable to these policies. Because if these policies are weak, if they're not being implemented, if they're not being enforced from the high level down to the local level, it becomes a problem. We keep having policy, we keep having pollution issues, we keep having air pollution problems, water pollution problems. And we can also say that we need to also streamline environmental health, environmental considerations into these policies. Historically, we can say that a lot of these policies in environmental policies, you see a lot of conservation issues there, you see a lot of pollution control issues there. How far do we go to monitor big projects? Trying to integrate health impact in these big projects. So there is need for us to streamline some of these considerations. When you come to health, how do we integrate health consideration into their policies, ensuring that health indicators are integrated in their, let's say, maybe their Paris agreement. And then, however, we have issues of not having a reliable data. That becomes another problem. So when we strengthen our data, it helps us, because data drive information, it drives policy. That's why from the environmental angle, we have established a system we call environmental health surveillance system. This system helps us to get information right from the grassroots, right from the world. Is there any problem that is going on there? We move it to the local, to the state, and to the federal. And that gives us an ample opportunity for us to fight any diseases or any issue that affects the environment, that affects our climate. So it's also very important that this environmental data's monitoring and enforcement is enforced and increased. And another aspect is One Health. We keep hearing about One Health. Before now, One Health has not been existed, but coming of One Health has helped a lot of things. Yes, in the federal level, we have a lot of activities that we've done, even though there are still much to be done in the local aspects. But the One Health helps us to speak to somebody in human health. Yes, we had lead poisoning in far north. How did we connect? If One Health is situated in Sokoto and Zamfara, I'm telling you that as we are seeing it, of course, environmental health officers in the states, they are seeing it, they are calling all the stakeholders that are involved. We have a lot of stakeholders that are involved in the One Health. They are speaking to the human health. Yeah, there is a problem here. How do we do it so that diseases don't go to the human? There is also a problem in animal, because these things are also interconnected. Whatever we give to the environment connects us to the human and also to the animal. So One Health needs to be integrated very well. The collaboration needs to be improved more and more so that we speak to one another. During the COVID, we saw a lot of things happening. Everybody, we are speaking to one another. The community members, the media, the security. So there is need to improve that. And coming more, we need to also link climate financing to measurable outputs. There are a lot of investment that have done in climate change. but we keep on trying to measure the money. How do we actually measure what the impact has created? Have we noticed that, yes, we have invested money. Have we noticed whether this money has gone down to reduce diseases? Have we noticed that this money, has it reduced pollution? Has it reduced air quality and water problem? So this is part of what reform needs to be done in several places. We talked about these policies, but there is something that is very key and very important for us to drive these policies: the capacity, the resources that need to drive it. We need people that will go down to enforce it. So there is need to build capacity. Capacities of environmental health officers, capacities of environmental regulators, climate scientists. How are we building their capacities? How are we also doing our research? Because research also helps us to take a decision. So these are the things we need to build to improve our reforms in order for us to be able to build a community resilience. Then finally, I know when Mrs. Uju Rochas was talking, he said, as we are talking here, how far do we go back to somebody in Borno State? Is this message going to them? So we can't do all these things without neglecting the community participants. So it's very important. Let us not carry projects down and say, yes, they are beneficiary of this project. They're supposed to be the partner. They're supposed to also incorporate. Sit them down, let's hear what you want, and before we do this project. So community participation is very important in order for us to reform this the environmental problems and climate change issues. Thank you.
Wow, let's give her a round of applause. Awesome response. And if I am to summarize that, 3 keywords. Agencies need to collaborate more. Data-driven decision-making, enforcement, and of course, change. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Chikopola, for that splendid response to that question. And the last question for the afternoon from me goes to Ogundare Paul Oluwatosin, and the question is this: how can One Health approaches linking human, animal, and environmental health, just like our last speaker has emphasized, be leveraged to attract climate health investments that safeguard food security and rural livelihoods?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon once again. The quadripartite nature or multisectoral nature of One Health gives it a kind of baseline. If we can position One Health as climate adaptation, resilience, investment framework, because increasingly, investors are seeking intervention that delivers multiple benefits across sectors. And One Health presents that sector. It's a quadripartite recently, as you're aware. So if you are approaching One Health, you already have a framework on ground. So when you're coming for an intervention and it attracts, also if the attraction comes, in let me go a bit of agriculture now. In beekeeping, apiculture, when you want to station your hive, your beehive, there must be a bait rubbed around the beehive that will attract the bees to come and set in their colony and start giving you what you want. Or the pheromone we use in the trapping pest on the farm. So One Health can be used as a bait, or it is even a bait because it's an established framework now in Nigeria. So it attracts this. And again, we also have to develop integrated pest management. Integrated pest management, if it's well developed, well structured, which is what we are working on in the Department of Plant Health and Pest Control Services of the ministry. And we're also one of the quadripartite part of the One Health. So these are the things that I feel and we can leverage on. And again, I have another point here. Empowerment of rural community and youth. Climate health investment should prioritize farmers, women, and youth who are most vulnerable to climate impact. That's another key point there. Then, like it's established already, strengthening governance across sector coordination is another framework that can attract and make us serve our target. Then, let me close with this because I have a lot of things jotted down, so I won't waste time. The future of climate resilience, food security, and sustainable development lies in recognizing that health of people, animal, plants, and the environment is interconnected. By adopting One Health approach, Nigeria can unlock climate health investment that not only protect ecosystem, but also strengthen agricultural productivity, create green jobs, improve public health, and secure the livelihood of millions of rural livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, for that answer to that question. Please, let's give him a round of applause. If I understand you very clearly, to summarize, that the One Health in itself is the attraction if it can be strengthened. Thank you very much for highlighting that. And with that, we come to the end of the questions. And now we go back to the audience. Do you have any questions that you might have? We'll just take one or two for the sake of time. Can somebody help with that? Just two questions, please. And please indicate which of the facilitators or the panelists you want to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Alikali Abubakar. I'm the country specialist environmental and social safeguard of West African Power Pool. West African Power Pool is a special institution of ECOWAS. The issue at hand is diverse and multidimensional, especially when we talk about environmental crisis, climate change issues. They are actually multidimensional. They are interconnected in their occurrences. And so we need to be able to also provide solutions that will address most of these things. And that is why sometimes you use the low-hanging fruit to address most of this problem. I want to ask, especially the man from the Ministry of Health, in terms of environmental crises like the hydrometeorological disasters, what are the success stories in terms of the coordination? Because I know the federal government made effort to mainstream most of this climate change adaptation and mitigation into the line interfacing ministries. So what are the success stories in terms of your coordination with the interfacing ministries? And how do you see the mainstreaming mechanism of most of this climate adaptation? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm Sanitarian Ililadiwa Adidamola, like I said earlier, from HERCON, Environmental Health Councils of Nigeria in Abuja headquarters. Sir, I'm so highly excited for this forum, and I want to commend. Sorry. I really am highly excited for this forum, and I want to commend our panelists for these aspects. This is very commendable. Job well done, sir. Please, sir, my question is on public health emergency threats. We all know that there was an emerging and re-emerging of epidemiological diseases globally now, most especially in ECOWAS country, like Congo and some other West African countries. Now, my question goes on, sir. The reason why I said I'm highly excited, I have representative of United Nations here. We have WHO. These are international agencies that I am directing my questions to. Sir, what is the level of Nigeria on preparedness, response, vulnerabilities, and mitigations at the point of entries in Nigeria, at the airports, seaports, and the land borders? Is it until these disasters come into Nigeria before we take actions? For instance, 2 weeks ago, there was a purge that Honorable Minister said there is no outbreak of Ebola in Nigeria. Are we going to still be waiting until we take actions? What we need here is action. All contributions, suggestions were well noted and very, very insightful. But we need immediate action to prevent these epidemiological diseases, to prevent life, to prevent health, and to prevent our environment, and to prevent our nations entirely. Because we all know the implications of this on Nigerian economy. Thank you. These are my submissions, sir.
Thank you very much for making that question very brief.
Very brief.
Very brief. So I believe that question goes to WHO.
So, sorry, I have a question.
Before we answer the question. Okay. So I have been informed that we need to take, before this section, there was supposed to be a speaker that was supposed to speak before the section, and I will hand over back the microphone to the MC to guide this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biora. So we'll call on our presenter for this session. We'll call on our presenter for this session. I think ICT, are we good to go? Dr. Jeremiah Moshosho, Team Lead Climate and Health Environment, WHO Africa, will be speaking on healing the planet, protecting the people, unlocking climate health investment for resilient African communities. He has just 5 minutes for this presentation. So, as I said, in the next couple of minutes, we'll be rounding up. Doc, please, you have the floor. Kindly unmute and proceed, please. ICT Alpha.
Good day, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, I'm grateful for this opportunity and my apologies for coming in late. So I understood that I have 15 minutes, but I'll cut it to 5 minutes. I am Dr. Jeremiah Mshosho with the World Health Organization in the Regional Office for Africa. I wanted to take you through today on the process which Nigeria can follow to convert its climate change and health commitment, to convert its investment cases in the form of the vulnerability and adaptation assessment and the health national adaptation plan. So to cut the time I'm going to use, I would ask those who are controlling the presentation to go to slide 7.
Slide 7.
Yes. Thank you so much. So I was listening to the discussions and I'm sure we are now on the same page. And to start with, where Nigeria stands right now, it has completed the crucial steps required to unlock climate finance for health. The first stage was to commit to the Alliance for Transformative Action to Climate Change Health, where the country committed to building climate resilient health systems and net zero by 2035. Step 2 was to do the vulnerability and adaptation assessment. And step 3, the Health National Adaptation Plan. So moving forward, the HNAP needs to be converted into a clear investment case based on the 355 million estimated in the HNAP. And that investment case needs to be converted in a project portfolio. And it is this project portfolio that will support the country to move forward. Next slide, please. So you may know already that WHO is the first health-focused organization to be accredited by both the Adaptation Fund and the Green Climate Fund. And we are working with a number of governments to work with them to develop portfolios and submit to these multilateral funds. And we are open to working with Nigeria to do the same. And I would like to share with you some innovative adaptation financing mechanisms for the health sector, which can also be applied for Nigeria. And you can move to the next slide. So at the regional office in WHO, we are working with our partners to come up with models to further unlock climate finance for the health sector. As you know already, that finance is being invested both in the health sector and climate sector. But we want to identify concentration points at the center of these two sectors. So one of the things we're doing is to try to attract private sector investment at the intersection of climate change and health. And we are developing models which will be able to do that. And as you can see on the screen, you will see that there are some examples which I have given, but what would apply for Nigeria is, for example, solarization of facilities in the Delta State, building flood resilient wash infrastructure in Northern East primary health centers, cold chain. But what distinguishes the model we want to propose is how financing is accessed, blended, and then directed towards some of these investments. Move to the next slide, please. I don't know if you can see this clearly, but I was trying to demonstrate how some of the models we are developing can be used to directly support Nigeria to unlock private sector investment. So one of the core financing mechanisms we have been looking into is performance-based grant, which can be given up to 50% of the project needs as a form of viability gap funding. And it can only be disbursed based on verified results on the ground. So this can be used to work with private sector players who can then help achieve certain health-related outcomes in that area. So that's just one example. And then in terms of where this can be applied in Nigeria, there's quite a lot of opportunities from renewable energy, where we can use energy as a service, as a business model to attract private sector to come and invest, to cold chain in the immunization, in the healthcare facilities, early warning, and many other entrepreneurial activities. If you can put the next slide, please. For the proposed Nigeria's action agenda, the Abuja Declaration, we are giving some recommendations here which can be taken into consideration. And the first one would really to commit to ensure that we integrate HNAP into the NDC and NAP process and ensure that we embed health indicators in all climate finance proposals, not only the ones that emanate from the health sector. Secondly, develop domestic resource mobilization strategies specifically for the HNAP. And then we can approach GCF and adaptation funds. And also we can launch a facility where financing for climate and health can be blended, targeting private sector, philanthropies, and also national budget allocation to further unlock those investments. And due to the limitations of time, allow me to stop here and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc. I will yield the floor back to Dr. Obiora to continue the conversation. Doc, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for using our time judiciously. So we go back to the two questions from the gentlemen who are eagerly waiting to get a response. Over to you, Dr. Jagu, and then Dr. Maya.
Okay, so I think the emphasis is on success story. I think from my conversation earlier on, I have highlighted tremendous success story the Federal Ministry of Health has achieved in terms of climate change response in Nigeria. So just to add to it, I've mentioned earlier on that the Federal Ministry of Health have the Health National Adaptation Plan. Currently, the plan, the ministry is working in implementing the plan. And then also we have this incorporated into the Nigerian National Determined Contribution, the NDC. Okay, so it has been incorporated, and this will help, to drive the execution of this project. Importantly, also, the Federal Ministry of Health is also working collaboratively with the states. Okay, aside interministerial collaboration, is also collaborating with the states. So we have climate change desk officers across all the 36 states, and they are undergoing one form of training or the other. And then it is also important to also state that, just as I've mentioned earlier on, it is also working to upscale the primary healthcare facilities that we have to make them climate more resilient. And also the Federal Ministry of Health is also has done tremendously in terms of training of the community health workers to ensure that they are able to identify some of these climate change issues, and they are also able to respond appropriately. So there's a lot of things, intervention in terms of health education that is ongoing at the community levels. Yes, so to also address the second question, partly, which he made mention about what the health sector is doing in terms of response to Ebola. The Ministry of Health is proactive, yes, in the sense that I want to be sure that you are also aware that there is a lot of campaign that is ongoing. I'm sure this is one of the proactiveness of the Federal Ministry of Health in collaboration with our agency, the NCDC. So you can know that a lot of risk communication and community engagement has been ongoing. And we're also profiling high-risk individuals at the various points of entry, at the ports, and also at our land borders, and also at our air borders. So we have port health officers who screen individuals who come into the country across our neighboring countries where Ebola has been identified. So we do surveillance at those points of entries to ensure that we identify individuals who are at high risk, and then we can tame any suspect that comes into our country through those points of entries. And also, still to also make you understand that at the EOC, that's the Emergency Operations Center, has also been on red alert. That is to say that, and all the pillars of the EOC is on red alert to respond, and to also, and it also have, is also, the EOC is also, is not reactionary, is also proactive in its dimension. So this is what the Federal Ministry of Health is doing in collaboration with other partnering agencies, and I believe with the cooperation of with all cooperation, we should be able to tame and control any unforeseen outbreak of Ebola in this country. Thank you very much. Maybe Sheik will also have one or two things to add to this.
Yeah, thank you. This is Mia again. Thank you for the question. And then the question is also how much the country has reached the level, the mitigation vulnerability. So that's the first speaker has already mentioned. There are several activities, the intervention are in place, and then the policy, the framework which are in place. This is also part of the success story, I would say. Because recently, last week, I was in the field, and then I also had a separate discussion with Director of Public Health, which area we can collaborate and support. And then one of the requests is that he said, help us to do the adaptation of the climate change adaptation plan at the state level. Because the national level has been done, it is also released, and then federal also mentioned that now it is a stage to reach to the state to adapt that. So that is also part of the success story. I would like to say that because the state show the interest. The climate is one of the issues that's also linked with the health outcome, and then the diseases transmission, and then they are willing to adapt it. So then there is another things I also witnessed during the health facility visit. And then you may also notice that some of the health facility, they are using the solar power, and this is part of the government effort, the bigger effort on PHC solarization. But you can also see how much has been covered and how much has been used at the public health facility. And what I noticed is that there is a solar power. It cannot be everything for the function at the public health facility. So the main function that I have noticed is that maintaining the vaccine, so that can they help the maintaining the efficacy of the vaccine. So this area that government has done, then community and the state level, local government level, you can also see which area they can complement. So the federal is more of the central level action. The framework, the policy is generating, but the actual implementation, the commitment is lie at the state level and LG level. They should also have the commitment, and is political commitment as well as the financial commitment. That's also very important. And the stakeholder, the involvement, they should also be part of it. And as our regional office, our focal point from regional office also mentioned that the private sector, if they can also be part of it, that is also very important. It is multidimensional and many stakeholder. As long as you can bring in these people, that will also be helpful. Because, for example, that recently we also had that the immunization campaign that is for children, especially the eligible children. And then the part of the commitment is government, the local government also has to release the government committed fund. So that is also area government also struggling which their priority lie. So the priority of the money goes to vaccine, and then try to release it, then they will consider the climate as another separate issue. So that's my request is that the community, the advocates and the influencer, please also use your means and method to influence and get the commitment from the state level and local government officials, so that they can also help to mitigate the climate issue. Thank you.
Please, we can do better than that. Okay. So want to thank all the panelists. Thank you very much for making our time to come out this evening and give us some very critical highlights. And in summary, I will just say a strengthened One Health sector through collaboration, integration, and use of available resources, transforming policy and governance into resulting in implementation strategies at national and subnational levels. Robust government programs with indicators to show progress and data-driven decision-making, human capacity development, and many more highlights that was said here this evening are the key to unlocking climate health investments for resilient African communities. With this, I say thank you, everyone, for participating, and have a blessed evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obiora and the panelists. Thank you so much for amazing job. Please, we'll take a group photograph. The ES, our Green Ambassador, country rep, UNFPA, the Commissioner for Environment, Oyo State. Please join them in the photograph, please. Thank you so much for doing justice to the topic, One Climate, One Health. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, sign interpreter. You've been doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session for today. And tomorrow we'll begin by 9 a.m. The networking and registration will start 8:30. We'll have a recap of the previous day's activities, that's today's activities, by 9 a.m. That will run us through for about 20 minutes. At 9:20, we'll begin our session for tomorrow. Tomorrow is also the day of the awards, the induction into the Hall of Fame award for the 12 most outstanding environmental experts in Nigeria. Tomorrow's award will be having the award for the cleanest state in waste management, environmental policy and governance, sanitation and ending open defecation in Nigeria. 3 categories of award, and over 5,000 participants voted online for these awards to come to reality. Over 5,000 persons, experts in this field, voted. So tomorrow we'll be giving out the awards. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here with us. We've had an amazing day. We'll take our closing notes. And after that, we'll bring this program to a close. My name is Julius Lambert Yanayo. I'm a fisherman, I'm an Ijoman. I'm happy to be your master of ceremony. I'm also the chair of the protocol subcommittee for this conference. I am a protocol consultant, CEO, St. Lambert School of Protocol and Diplomacy. Thank you so much. Let me invite to please step forward for the closing notes. Atausen Felix, CEO, Presidential Events and Media. All the branding that you're seeing here was done by this young man, and he's going to give us the closing note titled, Our Planet is Sending Signals. Let's not ignore it. Let us arise. Atausen, you have the floor, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we take this closing remark, it's going to come in the form of an operatic performance. Please listen and enjoy yourself. This is called One for the Road. Thank you.
Today, a planet is sending signals. Let's not ignore. Let us arise. The melting ice of flood that hit the fire first. Let's not ignore. Let's not ignore. Let NESt 2020 be a turning point. Let's not ignore. Let us arise. Let all our policy reflect our passion. Let's not ignore. Let us arise. Listen, listen, echo sounds afar. Listen, listen, echo sounds afar. It's time to think, it's time to build, it's time to make our planet green. Echo sounds afar, it's time to make our planet green. Listen, listen, echo sounds afar. Listen, listen, echo sounds afar. It's time to think, it's time to build, it's time to make our planet green. Echo sounds afar, it's time to make our planet green. It's time to send a message back to nature. Let's make it green. Let us arise. It's time to end pollution and set a safe world. Let's not ignore. Let us arise. Arise and build a world with faith as promised. Let's not ignore. Let us arise. And let all investment for an ideal. Let's not ignore. Let us arise. Listen, listen, echoes and afar. Listen, listen, echoes and afar. It's time to think, it's time to build, it's time to make our planet green. Echoes and afar, it's time to make our planet green. Listen, listen, echoes and afar. Listen, listen, echoes and afar. It's time to think, it's time to build, it's time to make our planet green. Echoes and afar, it's time to make our planet green. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Felix. Thank you. It is on that beautiful note that we have brought this program to a close. We'll see you tomorrow. Johnny Mercy's back home. Have a safe trip and enjoy a beautiful night rest. Thank you. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow by 9 a.m. Thank you so much.
Well done. Great job.
Well done.
Thank you.
Was not there.